Get into system, chapter selection, chapter 1 hard, and let's go. Okay, so pay attention here, see what happens with my ATB and my limit here. There's a particular reason for this. I did do the attacking not to show that off, but because it optimized my movement. Dodge rolling's a bit quicker, but look at my ATB and limit now. There's a reason that happened. If you stagger an enemy, and it kills, it still acts as if it was staggered. I have ATB stagger equipped right now, so doing what I did with the first fight, hitting them before the ice hit them, pressured them so that the Blizzard's stagger value pumped up and was enough to stagger them. If you just throw it raw out, they won't get staggered. So I'm trying to get down this alleyway to make sure they spawn up here on this upper platform instead of in the elevator. So it'll speed things up quite a bit, to the point where I can actually activate the elevator before it's even down here. So I'm going to be abusing Ice Magnify for this early part. Somewhat to loop ATB Stagger quickly. It's actually really safe in the arena, or annex in Chapter 4. So that's mainly why I have it. But it's pretty good everywhere else, up till then too. Since we're dealing with a lot of humanoids and monsters. Monsters are weak to ice. They've been buffed quite a bit, so ice spells are going to be really nice in taking them out consistently. Basically, they're strong enough that they're going to... Without a crit, that wouldn't kill, so I had to do something about that. You would think that's a time loss, but it takes a while to interact with a fence, so it's a minor one, not a major one. The fact that I reacted quickly enough to the weird pattern. If that second trooper had stayed not spawned in properly, things could have got really bad. If an enemy's model isn't loaded in, but the targeting is, you're in a pretty tough position because they can attack you, they can move, but they won't take any damage until the model loads properly. So if you get greedy and start firing off abilities at them, you're going to end up in a really sad state where you have nothing left. Luckily, we got a good pattern here. You could use Blizzard Magnify because of its larger hitbox to kill them. But it doesn't work all the time. That's why I use Blizzard on the fight before the elevator, so that the dog dies from one shot rather than needing the Blizzard. Tier 1 is just not enough, even with a overcharge or a turbo effect. There's a lot of different things to explain, but right now we're just going to use Catastrophe. The reason I start out with a full limit is Goddard Ummerung. It's a accessory you get from completing the Top Secrets boss fight VR mission, which is the 4 summons. I don't know if I can get through this. The 4 summons plus Bahamut, or not plus Bahamut, that's stupid. It's the 4 summons. Bahamut can summon Ifrit, which makes it even harder. And then there's a secret boss that is from the previous game, or a prototype of the previous one, so I really don't want to spoil that, just in case you haven't done it yet. Rest to say, Lightning is really strong in that setup. That was kind of wrong, but whatever. You usually want to Thundera with Barret early. You see that extra Thunder? I didn't have the ATB, and I sure as heck didn't input it. The reason it happened was because Barret has Synergy equipped. Synergy is majorly buffed in the PS5 version, so it's a free command in response to your controlled character's commands. So with this setup, I can Thundera twice plus a Synergy Thunder. I'm going to be abusing that heavily for Guard Scorpion. Some people go with EKG Cannon because it has higher magic power, but its attack is kind of doo-doo. It does have the ranged overcharge, but that takes several more seconds to charge than Overrun. But for the most part, Steel Pincers has a much higher physical attack, like leagues above like 40 points or so, so it really buffs your catastrophe damage and puts it in the range of like being super effective and very additive to the boss fight. The downside, obviously no range, and you need to kind of keep Barret's MP at max for it to do equivalent damage, because it has both Mithril Saber and Steel Pincers has a 20% buff at full MP. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to throw away Clouds right off the bat here, but we're gonna keep Barret's up as long as we can. This ATB's pretty decent. I would have liked it to have been a bit higher, but there's not much you can do. That Thunder crit kind of has me a little worried. Okay, we're good. I don't need to max out Cloud's ATB there, but I want to be really close. I switched to Barret here to fire off Catastrophe immediately. If I do any shortcut inputs, the AI likes to dodge roll before it. It's more often that you get the dodge roll than not. So we use the catastrophe to break the barricade here, and then that specific setup will make it so Barrett's Synergy Thunder should always hit. We're also going to do a little bit of scabbing here. We're going to swap between the characters after this phase and spam Thundera, Thundiga, Thundera. Thundiga with Barrett, double Thundera with Cloud, because his magic is high enough to get away with it. Plus a couple of Synergy Thunders, and this phase is going to go down. So this, I got the ATB boost in, good. You want to get the boost in before the laser, because you can get really good movement in here. If you heard that, that was Cloud being extremely close. If you do your movement right, you can actually get into that cutscene and hit the Sentinel Scorpion. You really need to move for it, though. I'm not used to doing it because I'm more interested in making sure that I, you know, do my inputs correctly. So we're going to do a little bit of a menu here. I'm going to this for that, and well, I could have done it that way anyway. Okay, so that is going to last us till Chapter 5. Honestly, you could probably get around doing most, if not all of that. The only thing you really need is Cloud has to have refocus for the annex. It just speeds things up way too fast to not have it. So you could do it closer to the Chapter 4 annex fight. Hey, Freed. Do inputs correctly? What are those? I thought I was playing a taskback every time, and I'm just kind of like staring at the controller, watching the buttons go in. But yeah. So, so I want to get refocus set up for Annex, but obviously that doesn't need to be done this soon, so I could keep ATB boost. Roche also is another issue, so I've changed out Lightning for Fire. I can get away with using Ice in a lot of these fights. I don't have to have Fire, but it will speed things up a little bit. And to top it off, I'm on Fire Elemental. A lot of other runners use MP Absorb. There are some bonuses to it, but I'd rather just use MP up and stagger. If you're really new, you could just use double MP up and go a Fire route. Fire is a little bit easier. Honestly, it teaches you to be more fluid with your responses to bad RNG. Going with a Fire, Magnify, Lightning Elemental route or Lightning MP Absorb route. So I'm changing the camera here because it wants me to be in this specific spot. And if I'm not close enough, it'll stop me from being able to do any inputs while it yanks the camera out of my hands. So I'm going to do a little trick here with Synergy and Retarget. Well, that is if there's something here to kill, but... Okay. So switching to Barrett when he starts up that Thunder spell over his head allows me to retarget it to a new enemy. So it basically makes that 4-pack consistent. Most of the time what you're hoping for is triple slash to kill everything, but that doesn't usually happen, to be honest. So we're going to dip on out of here. Barrett moves extremely slow in combat, but we have a trick to warp him up to the top floor. While he's in a fleeing status, he'll just warp to combat a character that's actively in combat. That works for all the characters, so you got to be careful when you're fleeing that you don't warp people back. So we want this guy to chase us, and we got the good luck. We got it twice in a row, even though I got interrupted last run. So we're going to come up here, switch over to Barrett, switch back to Cloud real quick, and take the counter so that I have all my ATB I could possibly want in this world. And we're going to... Oh, no. That's actually really bad. That was really stupid. This is what I was talking about. Retargeting can be quite the frustrating experience. I was attempting to retarget his Synergy, but I interrupted it, actually, by switching to him, so he was never going to cast it. Luckily, he built enough ATB to Thunder, so we're fine. That's not perfect. Pretty decent luck overall. Meh execution. But you know what? There's a certain point where you keep resetting Chapter 1 and you lose your mind. Sub 9, good enough. So we're gonna remove the timer from my vision to save my sanity. Hey, Freed, thanks for dropping by. I know I was a little bit deep in the explanation because my brain was jumping all over the place with all the stuff I realized I could explain here. There's a lot of mechanics I want to go over a couple of different times because it's a 5-hour run, so people aren't going to be here the whole time. And obviously, some people are going to dip out towards the end game because they don't want to be spoiled, and some people are going to dip out from the beginning because they don't want to see it again. So we'll try and explain some of the stuff between both, so either way, everybody kind of has an idea what's going on. So I have opted to use Steel Pincers on Barrett instead of EKG. This is both positive, negative. It does have much higher physical. It has really pretty decent magic, considering that, you know, how middling Barrett's stats are. It has a 20% damage buff.
You can refuel at the base.
The physics on that, right. There's a lot of things in this game that bother me. But the physical damage is for his catastrophe. It used to be that we really used a lot of... Hey, Blue Island, thank you, thank you. Yeah, feel free to lurkin. It's no problem here. But God of Dumbarung gives us instant limits, but you can only earn it there's two different ways now, actually. The one you get in base game is by beating the Top Secrets mission, which is a boss rush of all 4 of the summons. Little spoiler here, if you let Bahamut, he'll summon Ifrit. A lot of the speedruns you'll see online will kill him before he can summon, because he has to be below like a certain percentage and not pressured. And then there's one little boss after that that I'm not going to spoil, but it is a throwback to an older boss as a prototype. You know, so I'm sure you could imagine, but I can tell you that lightning is really strong in that the top. Oh no, Jesse! I bounced off her and it lost me a little bit of movement speed. So we're gonna try and move up, set up the camera here so I can just keep running. I'm not super. I think it's right there. Yeah, nice. Now you got to be careful with that one. You either have to pick a spot and just like fire it off, you know, just leave the camera, or keep trying to adjust it and hopefully get it in the right spot.
Station's intact.
Yeah. So we're gonna see if Sephiroth spawns. Yep, there he is, the fun destroyer. So Sephiroth can fail to spawn here, at least in the PS5 version. I'm not sure what causes it. It does save us like 20-ish seconds. Because of Cloud's reaction to him at the end of the alleyway, and the slowing down is actually, it requires Sephiroth to be in the alleyway for whatever reason. It's not just a cutscene flag. So if Sephiroth's model decides to fudge off, we get to save time. There's a couple of different, like he can spawn right in front of us at the beginning, little varying lengths from around the corner. Then there's another one. He could spawn super late, which is really the most depressing out of all of them, because you think you're going to save that time, and you're not 100% sure, and you're fooling yourself into thinking you're going to get it, and then he pops out of nowhere, and you're like, God dang it, I wanted that 20 seconds! I needed it! There may be a point where we're going to need to reset for this, but right now it's not. It's super important. It's nice. It does make the first hour a lot more... a lot easier to bear, makes it a lot less tight if you're like trying to get decent enough times. I see the first hour kind of shakes out the same every time. There's very little like variance to the point where you can kind of save a ton of time. There's a few things you could do to save, you know, maybe 10, 20 seconds on some of these bosses total between Crab, Warden, and Sentinel Scorpion. But it's going to get balanced out by all your walking around, mashing text, cutscene skipping, camera management, to the point where there's very few ways to like get a really good first hour. Chapter 6 is around where you're gonna hit the hour mark usually. Somewhere between the pipes on the fans, the platforms before that, or the platform after that. I think the best I've ever seen, like my first hour, is like hitting the platform with the elevator that goes to the end of Chapter 6. Chapter 6 kind of sucks, because it's basically time loss central. It's pain. So we're just going to do this here. We actually don't want to pick the lower dialogue option, because it'll cause another cutscene to happen, so... we're going to do some lock-on slashing here. If I lock onto an enemy and attack with Cloud, he does a really quick rushing slash, and that will save us a ton of time. So we're just let Blizzara do its job here. These guys kind of suck. Yeah, they're spawned in screwed up. It doesn't matter at this point.
Here we go. It's over.
You see how I didn't get any stagger there? It's because they were spawned in all screwed up. That's 100%. Like, those enemies don't spawn in properly for some stupid reason. So we're going to actually just Blizzaga, because I don't have a limit or the damage to take care of these two. If I get the spell out soon enough, they'll both get two-shot by it. It's kind of hard to get Blizzaga on time. It is the backup strat for me right there. You could also go for like Fire or something, and possibly do something about it that way, but you need to get that Blizzaga off immediately, because normally what I would want to do is spam Blizzara, but since the troopers at the car decided to screw me over, there's not much you can do in that scenario. It's either hesitate and off up a couple of seconds there, so you have more ATB for the shock troopers, or just YOLO it, and then use Blizzaga on the shock troopers to kill, and then work your way out from there. The whole trick is, like, you gotta kind of Blizzaga and roll in the center, but sometimes they back up. There's a lot of weird corner cases with the fountain. This is, like, kind of a RNG central. Not so much to the point where you're gonna die. It's just more time losses than anything. You can get some really janky patterns, or enemies not spawning properly. Those ones at the car are the biggest offenders. Most of the other ones, there's not an issue with. But it does create some lasting issues in the rest of that fight, because you have like 2 more waves to deal with. So we're just gonna rush onto the dog and get on out of here. You can end up taking enough HP that you have to heal, or taking enough damage that you have to heal. It's very uncommon that you end up in that scenario. So we're gonna spam Blizzara here. Oh, that's actually really obnoxious. We're just gonna Blizzard that guy. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna have to Fyra, and then Cross Slash. So I wanted to double hit him with Blizzara, but the game wasn't having none of it. It really doesn't... It would have been a little bit quicker to Cross Slash and then Fyra, because of the amount of time it takes Cloud to get to a neutral stance after Cross Slash. But I can pre-cast Fyra to some extent, because I kind of know roughly when Huntsman becomes available to hit. Because Blizzard, like, just nuked everything behind me. So I charged up the Fyra, the 1 second charge time for the spell. I was getting it ready, and then locked onto him the moment he appeared so I could tag him with it. So a lot of this movement here is kind of obnoxious. We're just going to try and push through here. If I get the right... This guy right here needs to move. And I guess he's just not... Thank you! Sometimes you can slip through him. Sometimes that guy just decides, screw you, I'm not going to move. I'm not quite sure, like, what their restrictions for moving is. But I could tell you what, he is rude. Because look at him. Look at it. This dude's over here laying down. You know, the same exact goddamn model. He's in here taking a nap and he would not get out of our way. What a rude guy. Jeez. And if you're going to come over here and take a nap, you should have just kept on moving. Why'd you have to block me, man? That's rude. So now we're in Chapter 3, and all the fun is dead, done. The first couple of chapters are like a mix of some interesting combat and fight setups. There's a little bit of variation in how you can set them up, and there's some materia that can make things easier, and some that are going to make your life harder. Like, Ice Magnify is really good here, because you're going to be dealing with a lot of monsters, and the few fights that you're not dealing with monsters, the humanoids are going to go down to it just as easily. The only exception is the Roche, or the Corneo Thugs. They have quite a bit of HP, so you need to double hit them with Blizzara to make sure they go down. You'll most often get a double hit on the Blizzara Magnify, but you'll usually end up between 2 to 4 dead. 4 is what you want, obviously, because that's the whole group. But as long as you get 2 down, that means you get a double stagger, and that means you can just fire what's left over. You could also try and Blizzara, but I wouldn't suggest it. You'll just end up having to, cast Blizzara or fire again anyway. All tier 1, 2, and 3 spells share the same cast time. Half a second for tier 1. Obviously, half a second for tier 1, a second for tier 2, and 2 seconds for tier 3. Tier 3 cast time doesn't sound like a lot, but it ends up being quite significant. Leaves you very vulnerable, and its main bonus is it's larger, usually a larger hitbox and a larger damage multiplier and or base damage, whichever way you want to look at it. It doesn't have any bonus in terms of stagger. Tier 2 and Tier 3 share the same stagger values. So most of the time, if we can get away with a Tier 2 or a Tier 1, we're gonna use it. We're only gonna use Tier 3 if we absolutely have to. and that's something that crops up more and more towards the end game.
I saw Sector
It'll crop up a couple times mid-game because I'm using a less than optimal magic weapon on Cloud. I'll either be using Buster Sword or Iron Blade. Yeah, you did hear me right. I will be using Buster Sword for 2 different bosses, actually. It's not that it's optimal, but it works. It's just as good as my other option, and it's faster for me because it doesn't require me to reset up a weapon. It lets me pre-set up Buster Sword, so it's good for a couple of different fights. So we're going to try and get Tifa to bump into us here. Not really a big fan of this angle. I don't think this is going to work. Okay, it did.
You did?
The problem is with setting up this quick interaction. You see how she's on the other side of the door? That's normally where she has to go before she can start the cutscene. So she'll walk around you and then turn around. But with that setup, she bumps into you, and then if you do it right, she'll catch your line of your eye line while she's bumping into you. So it will instantaneously start the dialogue, and she'll stop right then and there. You can get an instant version of that, but I have no idea how to set it up properly. I've only gotten it a couple of times by pure luck. So a lot of this first hour is kind of ho-hum. I'd imagine New Game even is a little bit ho-hum with this. There is definitely some RNG when you don't have everything, every tool at your disposal. You know, you don't literally have your bat belt on you at all times. But for the most part, it's pretty consistent. Luckily, New Game Plus has the access to everything maxed out. Hard, unfortunately, or rather fortunately, I guess, is only a New Game Plus thing, so they balanced it as such. So this is New Game Plus, whether you think that's okay or not, but we do have everything maxed out. So the beginning of this game kind of is unbalanced, and definitely not balanced for you to be maxed out. Because there's actually no way to get through the initial chapters with everything maxed. A little bit less so to the end game. They more so expect you to have most of your weapon upgrades and your levels maxed out and stuff. So I'm chilling out over here so she doesn't stop early. If you get too close to the item store, she starts walking like she did in the doorway immediately rather than jogging. So it's a time saver you want to take. There's no reason. You can follow her the whole way if you want as well. But if you get too far forward, she'll start walking. And if you get inside the store, she'll do a lot of weird movement. She'll either, like, try and enter the store from the outside corner. She'll, like, go around the door and enter from that, the wall. Sometimes she'll try and go up the stairs. The pathfinding get really screwed up if you get too far ahead of it in some scenarios. A lot of these cases, they definitely did not intend you to get ahead of anything.
Be nice.
So what we're doing here is there's not much. But I am going to do a little bit of a movement tech here that's super cool, I think. The devs didn't really expect you to get too far away from Tifa. That first one they obviously did, because they know while she's talking, you can start running. In a normal playthrough, you're not going to know to run that direction, but if we hold close to the fence here, we can start jogging, and then we can get even further away and start running. So if you stay about this far out and then wait for her to say something about the weapon store, you can start the cutscene early, and she'll warp over to you. That was a really quick warp, actually. I'm super happy with that. There's not much you can do to control that, as far as I can tell.
Don't really know.
I'm not quite sure if it depends on, like, your positioning, or it just so happens, like, if she's in a specific spot in her walk cycle or something. I'd imagine part of the reason we have to wait for the dialogue is because she needs to go to a neutral stance. But you also have to make sure you pass the cutscene trigger after she gets done with her dialogue. So I'm assuming it doesn't activate till she finishes speaking. Roughly where I was is just outside of that cutscene line. So we're going to be doing a lot of weird movement in here. Tifa's parry is insanely fast. So this may look slow on surface, but it's definitely quicker. You could also just do it with dodge rolls from Cloud, but the way that this works out is just a little bit easier. I'm going to attack with Cloud to move in close to make sure his spells don't whiff, and then we're going to move on our day with Tifa. Bang, bang. Dead. So this one I'm going to do with Blizzard on purpose, because I don't want to accidentally link these two fights together. Because if you do, you're in a really bad spot, because Cloud will not be able to kill, basically. because he needs line of sight with ice. So we're going to, that's, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I'm not going to get it. So you want to cast, at least what I want to do is I want to cast Fire there instead of Blizzard. What I could have done if I had parried, you kind of see how long this walk is right here. If I hadn't have accidentally cast Blizzard instead, I could have gotten the cutscene to trigger over here instead of back there. Hey, Strife. What I was going to do was Fire to kill one and then use Thundera on Tifa to kill the other one once I passed where I needed to be. So that is an unfortunate little time loss. It's very easy sometimes when you're feeling the flow to just kind of manhandle your buttons. Because what I wanted to do was close in with a slash, but I opened up my shortcut menu too soon, so I buffered. It probably saves a little bit of time. Probably not as much for me because of the Thundera. But,
Actually,
it's very interesting though, right? Because I think, like, what it indicates is there was probably a battle there and they removed it eventually, right? Because why else would there be a cutscene trigger for that point unless there was a combat segment there? So it does kind of, like, illuminate development a little bit. Because they probably removed the battle there because they're like, this isn't a good idea to have a fight right there. Fast bullet, yeah, the last one, because I screwed it up. I accidentally blizzarded immediately.
my husband decided to go to... Does anyone really need to hire a killer? The item store's fine. A friend of mine...
Okay, so we're going to skip this stuff. Johnny's getting arrested because he's Johnny. Must have done something illegal. I guess we'll go save him. Because he's got a big mouth. But yeah, with that movement speed, it probably does save some time. That definitely felt a lot slower. Not much slower, but pretty slow. If we had to use punch parries, there's no way in hell I would see that being faster on the PS4 version. Because you'd most likely lose a lot of your time saves early on, not being able to punch parry at the enemies. I could have also... you could also double Thundera with Tifa, but at that point you're probably throwing away any time saves. But utilizing her movement there is kind of a quick pre-game show of what you're going to see for the rest of the game. Whenever she's in the party, we're going to want to move with her. Unless, you know, semicolon here. Unless there's a lot of progression points. So, like, if you're right next to a ladder or something, you're going to want to not use Tifa. You're just going to want to kill everything as soon as possible. And then move Cloud over there if he's not casting. The only time you would want to use Tifa is if Cloud is the one doing all the casting or whatever. But if you don't need to use Tifa's movement, it usually lets you have access to her limits. Could you not? So sometimes this trooper gets too far away. Not really a big time loss because this guy takes forever to become active anyway. I don't think it's his how long Johnny takes to be activated is predicated on the enemies. I think there's like a hidden timer because they don't intend you to take care of him all that fast, so that he doesn't activate accidentally in the fight. So we Blizzera everything because we kind of need it for the dog. It has a huge enough hitbox that 90-95% of the time it'll kill everything. Sometimes the dog will separate. Sometimes the elite officer will separate. Sometimes that specific officer you saw step back will separate. It's just how it is. A lot of this chapter is micromanagement and a matter of like whether or not you get really harangued by the silly movement of the enemies. So the next fight is going to be the Tornado Thugs. There is another way to deal with them. I'm sure, whatever. Even though I usually want the hard drink right about now, because I'm in reset hell, I guess not today. We'll have a cherry juice instead. So we're gonna go play darts. Oh, this is a fun mini game. You know, let me know what your high score was, because my high score was nothing. Yeah, we skipped this because it just moves us right on. As a note, if you don't have both the luck up materias, that's how you get one of them, is getting the high score and beating Wedge. He'll give it to you after the end of Chapter 4. The luck materia is actively, like, probably one of the worst materias in the game, in terms of a speedrun. It actively, early on, it actively screws with your strats. Getting crits can very often be bad, downright horrific early game. There's very few situations where it doesn't really mess with your stuff. And even late game, it can still be a problem. Basically, like, once you get to chapter 17 and 18, criticals can be nice. But for the most part, it's really kind of a dangerous prospect. The problem is you end up pushing out so much extra damage because enemies in the early game and early and mid have low enough HP or defense values that the crit ends up doing a way more damage than you want, which adversely affects your ability to refill ATB properly. Even with maxed out Skill Master, ATB Stagger, First Strike, ATB Assist, and ATB Boost, it can very adversely affect the ATB you have and make things quite hard. So I'm just going to do a normal slash here and go for a Blizzard. Oh, wow, that's perfect RNG. I could not have gotten better RNG if I wanted to. So the slash there is to just kind of like put them all in a stun animation so I can Blizzara. I accidentally rolled before I brought up the shortcuts, so I lost a little bit of that time out of the stagger. But they all decided to aggro and try and slap me barehanded, which was a horrific idea for all of them. So they all just walked into the center of a Venn diagram of ice. I'll be kind of mentioning that offhand, but if you don't remember your math classes, a Venn diagram is that one diagram where it's a bunch of circles that overlap, you know, usually 2 or 3, to, like, indicate that, like, these two things are overlap in this portion. Like, the, you know, people that watch speedruns will also, what the fuck? Okay, what happens here? Oh, that's not even, interesting. Well, there you go. That's a little bit of time loss, but whatever. And then, you know, the stupidity of somebody like me that somehow gets good times overlaps with dumb luck. So, yeah, circles overlapping. Ice Magnify has this unique interaction where it can create multiple ice cubes, or will always create multiple ice cubes as long as it has multiple targets. So it creates a epicenter of pain if 2 or more of them overlap, to where enemies get multiple hits. And it's not just like where the tips are touching. Blizzard has an insanely large explosion radius, so you can set up multiple hits on enemies extremely easily. I'm actually going to be doing that with this Annex fight. There's a bunch of troopers on top of a platform to your right. I'm going to target the set of 2, and then I'll have a third one magnify, and it'll take out like the group of 4 or 5 that are across from them with just one Blizzara. I'll also be using that on the sweeper to double hit them with magnified Blizzaras. So we're gonna save load here. Oh boy, we're gonna be loading stuff. Save loads in this game are pretty quick. They're about 8 seconds. About 5 seconds to save, 2 or 3 to load. We want to get out of Wedge's way here, because they can get some really screwy AI movement if you bonk into him. No, Wedge, no! Okay, I thought he was gonna, like, screw up his AI on that trash can. So 1, 2, 3. So I count that out to make sure I get my movement right here. If you move too far forward too fast, you'll keep the dialogue from triggering. But yeah, we're going to be abusing the heck out of Ice Magnify. Arguable, like, you could say Fire Magnify is better for some of the earlier segments. It could theoretically be faster because it comes out quicker and hits quicker. But its lack of multiplication, because it, you know, once 3 enemies are killed, it's over. Makes it extremely hard to take out large groups of enemies because of the way they cluster. Unless you get a really, really, really tight cluster so they all kind of wander into one fire. So, I mean, at that point, you might as well not be magnifying it, right? But Blizzard, basically, as long as you're targeting the right thing to start with, you're guaranteed to wipe out the whole group. Like, that fight before Huntsman, usually the soft targeting will switch over to the Shield Trooper, so the ice will propagate in such a way that it wipes out all 5 of those enemies, rather than just propagating to the 3 right in front of you. You could go out of your way to manhandle the lock-on to where you want it to be. But often, some cases, the soft lock-on will work for you, some cases it won't. Honestly, I feel like a lot of the game you're fighting the soft lock-on or lock-ons of the game. You can simplify it to some extent. some boss fights, like, I have a specific starting character because it changes where my lock-on starts. Not only that, but it's usually, like, Tifa is the one that changes things up because it moves my targeting around when I start. If you're on Cloud for some of these early fights, your lock-on will be on a weird spot rather than with Tifa. Same thing for the combat. So this is a really big save load here. There's a lot of dialogue, and they spend a lot of time at that freaking lamppost just chatting about the planet and the Mako and the diva-da-da-da. The story, more story about Jesse. And we're all like, yeah, I kind of care, but I know you guys are going to die, so I don't care. But maybe you're not, because it's not a remake, it's a redo or something. I don't know. This story confuses me. The story. Love it, but it is definitely not a direct one-for-one remake. It is a redo for sure. I'm actually excited to see what they do with Part 2. I can see why a lot of people may not like the story, though, because it's kind of was a little bit... using remake as a title is a little bit of a... feels like a misnomer, since most of the other remakes up till now have been, like, kind of shot-for-shot redos with higher graphics. Where this game is more like a redo. We're doing it again. It's the same-ish story, but it's not. So the annex is pretty tight, and I'm gonna have to kind of keep my trap shut so I can focus. It's very simple and pretty straightforward, but it's very easy to screw up if you miss it put 1 or 2 times. Oh, okay. I thought I actually wasn't in the cutscene, but I guess I was. So that's something you can see happen with my controller sometimes. I'm using an aftermarket controller that has button inputs on the back to make it easier to do specific things like cutscene skipping. So I can like hit X from the back, or I can mash circle from the back for parrying. No turbo functionality, but the problem is the sticks are uber sticky. So sometimes when I release, I end up flicking backwards, so I make Cloud turn around 180 degrees. It does show how fluid the movement is, though, because it does not look all that weird. Outside of the fact that you're like, wait, why are you turning around? So yeah, I'm going to have to shut up here and focus. Basically, I'm going to be spamming Blizzard, and when I get my limit, I'm going to spend it relatively quickly and use it for a refocus to split my ATB.
Calling ice. No more playing that.
Okay. Are they all dead or not? That's the question. Okay, good. I was worried for a minute there. Sometimes... So the Blizzard is to speed things up a little bit here, so they die quicker. We're going to Blizzard these guys, because it'll always kill and stagger them. So that way I'm free to roll as much as I'd like. Did I not grab the MP? The MP crate over there takes forever to hit you, so sometimes I get spooked. Alright, so we're going to Blizzard both these guys here. You don't necessarily have to be in Punisher. You can be guarding. If you don't have enough MP, that also works because it adds some pressure in. But getting both of those crates at the time I did will set it up so that I have full MP. So that Blizzard will always work. Fire. So I want to get that Fire off before all these Blizzards exploded, so I could have full ATB like this. And we're gonna womp, womp, womp. Alright, back up, buddy. Back up, buddy. Back up, buddy. No, not today. I see how it is. It's just, do be like that sometimes, huh? Okay, and then we're gonna have to do this in an obnoxious way. I'm not really happy with it. So that's the quickest way to take care of him if he doesn't back up. We're gonna fire. Oh my. We're just gonna have to go for the disorder. Yeah. I didn't want to use the disorder there, but I really didn't have much of an option at that point because I was gonna get hit, and disorder was the only thing that I could do that would have enough hit stun that would keep me from getting, or interrupt value that would keep me from getting slapped pretty hard. So we're gonna have to go for fire here. This is gonna kind of suck. I hope I get a crit. We're gonna go for another disorder to make up the damage and fire. So the as you can see, 62. Sometimes disorder's a little bit low on the damage front. It's quite unfortunate. I had to do that because of the sweeper fight. The reason that worked out You normally want that left sweeper to back up, but I guess he wasn't playing ball today. But if he does, I would have double hit them with Blizzara to the point where I exited that fight with 3 ATB. If you get that set up, you just need to use Blade Burst to kill both of them. You could do any sort of other combination and limit one of them. They're not close enough for them to both get hit by the limit unless there's some sort of weird angular setup I'm not aware of to make the backslash hit. You can Punisher counter in the middle of a... Really? How do you trigger that? By, like, tapping triangle to switch and switch back in? Or hold guard, or what? I was unaware of this, that you could Punisher in the middle of a combo. I thought you just got slapped when you were using Punisher attacks. Is it, you just, like, hold guard or something? That's interesting. But anyway, just hold R. Okay. I'll have to start doing that. That sounds super safe. That's pretty interesting, actually, that you can... That actually sounds a little busted, that you can counter during a combo? Wow. I guess if you're in Punisher doing those harder attacks, you can actually hold guard to trigger combo, regardless. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. That seems a little bit too good. That probably has something to do with the being able to cancel out of triangle moves. Though I think Tifa's... the being able to parry out of her uppercut is directly related to her chi charge thing. Because I think uppercut becomes part of her normal combo at like chi level 1 or chi level 2. I'm not sure which. So that's why she can cancel out of it.
Me too.
But she can't cancel out of Omni Strike.
What the hell, man?
Anyway, so we wanted to get Biggs and Wedge to give us a little bit push here. We did get a very, very slight one, unfortunately. So the reason I had to do Roche that way, normally you go fire a attack, cause a counter, and then you can fire again to end the first phase really quick. I usually go for a full combo to fill up my ATB. And then phase 2, you normally fire a, switch to Punisher stance, so because he's going to cleave you, and then you can always counter that attack. And then you can fire a because you'll usually have 2 ATB at that point. The reason I use Disorder is because on hit, Disorder gives ATB back.
Sure.
So basically what I was doing was getting a little bit of chip damage from Disorder, hopefully hitting the right values and getting my ATB back so that I could do Disorder, which cost a third of my ATB, but refunded some of it after I used it, so I could use Fire right after. Unfortunately, it does usually have low damage values, and the only reason it flies is because I have Fire Elemental on Mithril Blade. Otherwise, there's no way in heck it would do enough damage. Because Roche is weak to Fire. Fire Elemental does 23% bonus damage after you basically go through a formula. So you could, like, on a very surface level analysis, you could say, like, it's a 46%, magic bonus damage in that case. But that's not necessarily how it works out. That's the very simplistic way to look at it. So roughly, 45% bonus damage from that Fire Elemental. Anything else would not result in as much bonus. But yeah. So we got a little dialogue here we're going to skip. And now the stuff we equipped to Tifa is going to start paying off. The stuff we put on Tifa back in Chapter 1 is going to pay off here. The first strike, not so much. The Goddard Dummerung I stole from Barrett for Fury is going to pay out here. Also, Barrett got Fury Ring, which boosted his damage so that he could take out mono drives if needed, but it ended up not being an issue because the way things worked out. So what I'm going to try and go for here is a triple kill on the Whispers. I'm going to fire one of them and then try and somersault the other 3. C has been particularly nasty lately and has been dodging my somersault, so I'm not holding my breath here, but hopefully I can show it off. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'd say it's like 70-80% success rate. Somersault B, fire A. C is... No, dude, not again! Oh, God. Luckily, A. Okay. So we want to move Tifa over here. Alright. So this saves a little bit of time moving Tifa right next. I've actually been able to, like, parry as the, wall... the wall dissipated.
Are they trying to stop us
But that's what I'm aiming for. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. I'd say it's like 80-85% success, 90. There's no reason not to go for it, in my opinion. Setting up for the second wave of 2 Whispers is a pain in the ass, because they take forever to spawn. And they do go down pretty quick, but it's like you just lose the time it takes to spawn them regardless. So it's just easier to go this route. So I'm going to Blizzard these guys and hope I get a Impale. Blizzard. So that's going to work out in such a way that he's going to get staggered out of this Blizzard. And then the fire up, wham, bang, 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 bang. There you go. So the reason I want to kill one of them is so that the third Blizzard would propagate to the Enigmatic Whisper. And because stagger and staggering the Whispers and killing them will cause a pressured state on the Enigmatic Whisper. 2 or more put you in a pretty good situation. 1, you have a very short window to pressure. But with that setup, your Blizzard propagates to the big boy, and he'll basically get one-shot staggered out of that ice cube. And then I can follow up with just about anything to kill. If you're really feeling unga bunga about it, you don't want to stagger him for whatever reason. Staggering and killing the 3 in front of you is very easily done with like a Thunder Magnify, Thundera Magnify, or double Blizzard Magnify. There's a couple of different combinations that work pretty well. Those worked better because you had a lower MP in previous routes. This Blizzard Magnify route also has made like MP management very, very nice in that chapter, to the point where you leave with like 60, 70, 80 MP. And previous routes you'd get there with like 20 MP. It'd be really rough. Not only that, but like I'd have to go out of my way to take a stagger off to put an MP up back on to get the enough MP to usually make the grade. But now I have enough MP that even if like the first wave screws me over and I screw that up, I still have enough MP to just fire spells off at Reckless Abandon for the most part. But it works. Yeah, staggering and killing 3 enemies, not even killing, but staggering 3 enemies will give you enough limit for a level 1. You get 350 limit points for each stagger. A level 1 is 1,000, a level 2 is 1,350. So it's basically 3 for a level 1, and then more or less, it's between 4 to 5 for a level 2. You know, level 2 changes depending on what your, you know, how much damage you've taken, and some other things that can also add limit. Also, if you have Götterdämmerung, obviously Götterdämmerung is very strong because it starts you with a full powered limit, or it starts you with a full limit bar. The downside is Götterdämmerung doesn't give you Berserk. Berserk is an insanely strong status ailment that we're going to use both ways. Fury Ring is what inflicts it on your party. You have no way to self-inflict Berserk that's intended outside of reflecting it off a boss. Like Genova gets a reflected status. You can reflect it off that. I believe Eligor has it as well. But for the most part, equipping Fury Rings is much more efficient. Just trying to pull up my menu, because there is one quick menu between here and Crab Warden. I actually do have to do a small menu because of Crab Warden, actually. I need to make Tifa leader. I had found out that, like, I realized recently that, like, setting her as leader isn't necessarily any faster than not. Because you still have to suffer the camera change. The only thing is it's instantaneous. Yeah. So there's no lag between you inputting it and the game inputting it. Like, you're obviously going to take a second to tap L1 to switch to her. But the game does it instantaneously. So we're going to delay switching to Tifa for a bit here. I did just see Barrett in front of me. Sometimes he can be all the way at the end of this hallway, so switching to him first is a good idea. Because Tifa will warp to him. Left track? Mainly because of the stamp graffiti. As far as I can tell, being on the left track makes it much simpler to do the to get a good camera angle on the... Oh, that's... God dang it. And that's one of the reasons I think leading Tifa is nice. The reason I go left track is stamp graffiti. This one, it doesn't save any time. Obviously, I can switch it over at any time. But this one, you want to be closer to the wall. Because like, you can get pretty far up the stairs. I don't know if it's... Okay, let me see here. That should be the good angle, yeah. I'm going to live with it. I think I am going to have some up movement here, but I'm fine. Okay, so you can get pretty close. Oh, left? Oh, because you get a slowdown if you're on the right side, from what I've noticed. It's actually quicker if you go left, from what I can tell. If you're on the right track, like, it slows you down a bit. From what I have felt, you end up going much slower on the right side than left. If you're on the left side, you get slowed down for much less time. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So I can use Blizzard Magnify here to kill this Gahishal because I'm at full MP. So I get a 20% buff. I'll probably start referring to that as an MP turbo effect, because it doesn't cost any more MP when you're at max MP. But that's the easiest way for me to communicate it without... No, you're definitely slowed down way longer on the right side than you are on the left, 100%. And the camera angle fights you harder if you're on the right side, from what I have had experience with. So I'm going to come up here at Star Shower, switch over to Cloud, Blizzard, and then Somersault. What is going on back there? Why did that take forever to die? Yeah, there's some, like, weird quirks with the game, and I'm not sure why they function the way they do. You know what, this is almost fine. This could have been fine, but it's not. We're going to change that to fire, change this out for lightning, and then switch over to Thunder Mag and Thundaga. Okay. So I did a little bit of a tweak here. That'll keep me going till we meet up right before Airbuster, actually. Airbuster can be kind of a pain in the butt, but there's an extremely cool strat that, like, will nuke first phase within 10 seconds. And as long as I don't accidentally skip Tank Buster, yes, I can cause Tank Buster to get canceled. I don't want that, though. Oh, shit. I actually almost forgot about the thing again. That should be Catastrophe. Oh, that's wrong. So, there we go. Wow, I overshot that a lot. So I want Tifa there because her movement's so much quicker. I'm still not super used to this one, and I probably did lose a little bit of time switching to Tifa. You could just as easily do the movement there with Cloud without losing too much time. But I could grab that crate so that I'm at full MP. Well, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I could grab I could have gone for full MP on the missile turrets here, but I don't need it. Being at full MP and getting that 20% buff won't actually help me at all on Crab Warden, so I don't care that much. As long as I have enough MP to kill Crab Warden, I'm happy. And I actually would like to have a little bit less on the missile turrets, because if Cloud crits, he can inadvertently kill one of the missile turrets that I need Barret to hit with Catastrophe. So, yeah. Let me see here. So, Barret's on L2 now. This is the one downside to making Tifa leader, is you got to make sure you're paying attention to who's your leader, because it will change your shortcuts. Who's on L2, who's on R2, who's left, who's right. But once you get used to doing a lot of running, unless you ATB boost, Thunder. So I wanted to wait until Catastrophe got fired off there, basically. So we're gonna heal up a little bit. Okay. So Tifa only needs 11 MP for Crab Warden. There might be some scenarios where I use an additional Thundera, but hopefully things will work out right. I do have a setup for Crab Warden. This boss is kind of weird. The front legs are actually weak to... the front legs are weak to magic, and the back legs are weak to physical. It's kind of backwards the way you'd think it would. And I think they did that on purpose to limit people's damage if they're not paying really close attention. So we're gonna use Cloud to break the front leg and go around the back and punch the hell out of the legs with Tifa, because she's strong. Alright, good. We got ATB boost too. That's nice. True strike, true strike. We're gonna keep punching here to build ATB and make sure I get enough stagger. Wow. I actually did that way too quick. Omni, upper. Woo! That might be a little bit bad, actually. Because I needed to punch it a few more times to build up stagger. Crit on the uppercut may make the damage low enough that I can get out of being in a bad spot. Barrett may... Yes. Okay, we're good. No, we're not. Okay. Kind of obnoxious, but there's not much I can do about it. There we go. I retargeted the thunder from the focus strike on Barrett. So we have a good chunk of ATB. This is really a high value, so I'm in a pretty good spot. Sometimes you don't do enough damage to the right leg with Thunder Magnify or Thunder Elemental. It can screw you over, but if you know what you're doing for the most part, ATB boost. We want to fire, sure. Thunder. Okay. I don't know why I decided to fire that, but whatever. Normally a Thunder Magnify plus Catastrophe will speed up the stagger a little bit. And then I wanted Cloud Thunder plus True Strike to the generator. That's enough to do 95% of the damage. And then a simple uppercut from there is enough to break the generator. Luckily, Synergy plus Focus Strike is fairly strong, so it can fix over-damaging the rear leg. That's what I was talking about with the crit, though. The reason that, like, in the first phase, breaking both of the legs instantly staggered Crab Warden versus the second one where breaking both the legs didn't. If you stagger and break the legs, it like adds an additional stagger value to the main boss. And I didn't do enough pressure to the rear leg to cause that to happen. It is a risk that you run with Lightning Elemental on Tifa with Feather Gloves. You could downgrade her attacks to Thunder, and then Thundera. You need more ATB for that setup. You could also do some more, like, Focus Strike the rear leg in Phase 2, because that'll do a ton of stagger. Actually, I don't know, because it may not be considered in pressure. A lot of the enemies have two different values. One, when they're non-pressured, they have a very low stagger gain value, which each command has its own specific number associated with it, depending on what command it is. You know, Tier 1 spells, they're all different between the spells. The only thing that's the same between the spells is, as far as we know, they have the same base damage value. The reason I say that is a lot of this information is being pulled from the Ultimania and some colloquial information I have from testing and other runners, or just playing the game in general. That's made some things, that's illuminated some differences. But for the most part, Tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 spells, no matter which version of the spell, which element you're casting, have the same base damage values. I don't know about Poison. I think it actually has a different number. Poison kind of sucks, because it takes forever to actually explode. Even spells like Ice and Wind that like create a particle effect and then explode, Poison is super slow. So there's only like one scenario where it's worth using. The only other time you might see it is on Genova if Red feels like casting it. Could you not do that game? That was 100% my fault. Oh my god, this is going to take forever. Yeah. I had a good flee and then I wasted most of it because I was just not really thinking very much. It's very hard to do that one, honestly. Most of the time I'm okay with it, but I guess I'm kind of out of it right now. You need to manipulate the camera so that the game doesn't jerk control away from you when it looks at that turret. But you also need to be slightly adjusting your direction as well. That's probably why I should be using the back button here instead of the circle button here. That way I can still use my thumb to adjust the camera. I haven't fully adapted back to using this controller. I had bought it quite a while ago, and then there was some issues with the circle button on the front clicking, and then eventually sticking, and it's been fixed apparently. I've heard it click a few times, but I haven't, it's not started doing it again. But like, yeah, right here I should be doing this. That's the rear button that you might be hearing click. So yeah, Some cases I need to get used to doing that. I never really got used to doing it in the first place. The only thing I use is this button for X. I actually paid a little bit extra to make sure that these are modular buttons, but I haven't really like repurposed them to anything too excessively cool. So you want to be here around 60 minutes. What you're aiming for is obviously clearing this at around 60 seconds. But I'd say you have a decent run if you're here around, around 60 minutes. Not 60 seconds. Oh God, if you could get here in 60 seconds, you'd literally just be loading the chapter. But yeah.
One with a tornado warning, maybe?
You get here in about 60 minutes, give or take. You can get all the way over to that platform at 60 minutes. But I found it not only requires, like, super solid play, no bad RNG to mitigate, you know, like, the sweeper not backing up is some time loss. You know, bad damage rolls on Roche is some time loss. Not major, but it's enough. And also, you need Sephiroth to fug off, honestly. He will fail to spawn in Chapter 2, and it saves... I've heard 15, heard 18, heard 22. I just rounded it down to 20 because I think 18 and 22 are the most realistic numbers. After doing it several times, 15 definitely is a lot lower than I think it is. Maybe 15 is how much time it saves in the PS5 because of load times and such. But, yeah. So you can get all the way over here around 60, not 61. But that's an insanely good run. The first hour of this is pretty static. There's some variation between strats and stuff, but there's usually not enough, like, bad strats that you could do early on that would cost you a ton of time. As long as you're getting into this chapter around 60 minutes, you're still doing okay. You definitely could improve, but you're not in Thunder. Okay, so normally you want to, like, parry over here as quickly as possible. Problem is, those Gahishals can, like, fail to group up, so your magnified spells can just not land. And you end up with the one that was over here just being a pain in the ass. So I'm actually going to just Thunder that one and walk. Because I want Cloud to spawn in front of the platform. And parrying will, like, more often than not get you too close. So Chapter 6 is time loss central, honestly. This is nothing but, like, time loss. There's very little time gains here. It's mainly, like, how long did you get to flee in every fight, for the most part. Did you stop here? Did you stop here? Did you get all the way to the switch? You know what I mean? Did you overshoot the switch? Basically a bunch of stuff like that. So that was an insanely good parry. Unfortunately, it was mainly offset by my insanely poor parrying early on. It can be very hard, especially if you're not using an aftermarket controller where you can, like, rebind the button to the back to manipulate the camera and Tifa's control at the same time. As you can tell, for a lot of these fights, I don't even change her camera angle, and I do that on purpose. I use visual cues to get through all of it. So, like, right here, there's that line I'm using right next to her. Right here. Doesn't really matter if you parry in here or not. What I should have done was tried to twist her to face the button. But other than that, it's basically a bunch of stuff like that. The biggest time save is actually coming up. It's this fight over there. If you kill the turrets quickly enough, which I don't know if you can do this in the PS4 version or not, you can actually cause it to end the battle early before the monsters spawn. And if you get close enough to the ladder, you can start up the ladder before it makes you fight the monsters. So we can go back down the ladder and use the monster fight to get parry, or flee away from that battle. So that's what I'm going to be setting up here. This is really kind of an unga-bunga way to do it, but it's really consistent for me. So 1-2, Thunder. So I could shortcut Cloud's Thunder, Magnify, but I find it easier to do it this way. There's other people that start on Cloud, and I have no idea how the hell they do it. Because, like, you'd have to delay Cloud's Thunder Magnify. And if you're on Cloud, you're going to have issues with that. So you see the monsters are down there now. They had spawned by the time I was next to the ladder, but that's not part of the combat zone, so the game was being nice. So this is the bonus you get out of that, right? You get all this, all that right there versus this running. Parrying is just so fast. Honestly, when I first saw that parry, I was just like, am I seeing things? The PS4 version is fast, but nowhere near that fast. You often need to punch into the parry and then loop canceling each other out because the initial part of it has a nice chunk of momentum, and then the rest of it has pretty rapid fall off. So punching into parries, parries into punches would give you pretty fast movement. It made getting the optimal movement quite a pain in the ass with when enemies were around, mainly because if you get a lock onto an enemy, Tifa will turn around and punch towards it. So often we'd have to take the slower parries around enemies and then punch parry when we got further away. Luckily, we don't have to do that anymore because parry just has insanely fast momentum, or just the momentum stays the whole time. Versus like the speed fall off that we used to get from using regular punch parries.
Be ready for it.
So this is the
It's the reactor call.
last fight in Chapter 6. You could shortcut Cloud's commands, but I find it's just better to not do that. Do a little bit of movement with Tifa to get her closer to the start. I want to get both these thunders off, and then move Tifa over here. There you go. This ladder takes a while to be active. You got to be careful with ladders. They're greased up in this game. So more often than not, if you're trying to push into a ladder too soon, you'll end up just rubbing on and off of it. The interaction box for it's insanely small, and I have no idea why it is. Because, like, there's a lot of these that, there's nothing else to do at this point. And they're close enough to the wall that I don't understand why, like, I can't just activate it from the side and then it just auto-corrects Cloud. So interactables in this game can be a frustrating experience to use at a, in a speed run. In a casual run, I'd say I don't think I really noticed it that much. I think the triangle interactions kind of pissed me off a bit, but for the most part I was fine. The only one that really like sent me over the edge was the pump minigame in Chapter 9 or 10. And it's so awful I can't even remember what chapter it's in. I actively forget it exists until I remember it's coming up like 2 encounters before it. So a lot of this chapter is going to be spamming Thunder Magnify. Luckily, we've got a ton of machines and some weak humans in here, so Thunder Magnify is more than enough. The Shock Troopers are going to be a little bit of a bigger pain in the butt. That's actually why we have Catastrophe, is to mitigate that problem. Unfortunately, Catastrophe is not the best tool, because there's going to be a couple of times where like Catastrophe actively slows us down. Like there's a long hallway with double Shock Troopers. Catastrophe is really good for getting all the way through that hallway with parries, but the problem is the Shock Troopers can start targeting Tifa and follow her all the way up, and then at that point you're in a really shitty position, and you're gonna have a hard time killing that Shock Trooper, especially if both of them dip out. The Catastrophe is your main tool right there. You could use other techniques, but the problem is like you want it to take a while to kill them, but it's also, you don't want them to follow you, so you want something that starts really quick. So there's probably a couple of different ways you could pressure them. So there's a lot of MP crates in here, and I'm going to ignore most of them. Okay, that was dumb, but whatever. I was going to True Strike, and then I kind of like hesitated once I got over there and realized, I was like, this is really stupid, I don't want to be this far away. So I'm going to move a little bit with Tifa here again, and then switch over to Cloud. Thunder, 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 and then switch over to Tifa. So, best I can do is get a little bit of movement here. You can normally get right next to the ladder, but sometimes Tifa gets really, really aggressive on the sweepers. Especially if that right sweeper does that, it's quite the pain in the butt, because she'll start following it back in. Whatever you're locked onto, Tifa's gonna run in after, fortunately or unfortunately. This fight right here is going to kind of highlight why Catastrophe is not the best tool for all situations. Not only does it take a couple of seconds to start up, but it also takes a long time to put out most of its damage. And it takes a even longer time if Barrett's needed for a cutscene. It's like a 15, 16 second gimme. The thing is here, like, even if I have a good menu... Oh, wrong character. Even if I have a good menu, like, I end up losing the time I would save by not using Catastrophe here. So you kind of see Barrett's chilling out, okay? Uh-huh. And now the cutscene started. So that's the problem here, right? I don't really have any other tools that would be good for this situation. Because Tifa and Barret will most likely start attacking the shock troopers before I get any spells off, which increases the likelihood that they'll end up dodging the spell. Self-destruct also works, but I'd still have to pull Iron Blade on for that and then take it back off. So that kind of sucks too. We're gonna ATB boost, triple. Okay, so that worked out pretty good. Not great. If you can get that fight working out pretty good, you can just triple slash with Cloud for the most part, and then move over with Tifa.
It looks like a...
I don't agree. From what I got out of timing the menu, it's not worth it. 100%. You break even at best if you change it. Even if I pull Iron Blade on, and then take it back off, or flip-flop Iron or Lightning and Fire, I end up having to spend the 5 seconds I have to watch Barret float in the menu. Not only the menu, but the menu switching it on, switching it back off, and in the tactical menu firing it off. That's my opinion, though. Honestly, if you can start your base route without needing Catastrophe, like you route the game Götterdämmerung without Götterdämmerung, you can have much better strats for some of these segments. Often, Catastrophe is a very bad crutch, and if you can avoid using it, I would highly, highly, highly suggest starting that way, and not using Catastrophe, or not using Götterdämmerung for anything other than, like, fights like this is where Catastrophe is okay. Because you gotta wait for this guy right here to get off this turret anyway. So everything else is dead. Okay? So, like, fights like this is where Catastrophe is okay.
Looks like there's 2 monsters this time.
I could put Götterdämmerung on Tifa. I'll need it for the boss fight. But rooms like this is what makes Catastrophe still worth it. It has a lot of fringe uses later in the chapter. That's probably like that's the one example of it being really bad. There's some other fights where you can abuse Catastrophe to get an MP crate while you keep moving on forward, but Thunder, Catastrophe, triple. Okay, I guess we're gonna finish off with Catastrophe today. So sometimes the triple will finish off that guy. Sometimes he starts dodging up. Oh, okay, interesting. So we want Catastrophe. Triple. So that guy over there takes a while to kill. He does step off that console a lot sooner than the other one. So Catastrophe isn't super good here, because if you go for that same setup. The reason that worked is Barret had Thunder Synergy Quaid because I Omni-Striked him. So as soon as he finished Catastrophe, he fired off that. You can actually, like, Quay inputs, stack the inputs so that the next input will go off as soon as they can if you use the shortcut menu on characters you're not controlling. The character you're directly controlling, you cannot do that with. Okay, we want Thunder. So I wanted to get those cure spells off before I grab that crate there. Tifa needs around 44 MP to do my Airbuster strat. I have to get exceedingly bad luck to have that not be a thing. What is this? That's actually wrong. So I want to wait a little bit and try and get these. Okay, there that should be fine. What's the other guy still alive? Fyra. Yeah. So, unfortunately, I got a bad luck there. Luckily, because I have full MP going in there, the fire is usually enough to take out the extra elite trooper if I get screwed like that. I will have to grab the MP crate on the way out to the top floor, and I am going to lose some time to the sweeper fight. But we'll show off Uppercut Canceling here. We're gonna show you why parry is a really strong, not just for movement tech, but it's also strong for everything else. So we'll just get rid of our ATB right here. And that's a regular uppercut. Check that out. Very long, right? Well, I can just do this and cancel it immediately, or almost immediately. So we can get really fast uppercuts. I'll be using this if I fall short on damage, or if she needs ATB real quick. We're also going to put into EKG here. Yep. So unfortunately at this point we need the range damage with Barret. It's not so much for Airbuster, it's more so for Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14. I'm going to need the range on Barret. Chapter 15 as well. Basically, like, when I get Barret back, I just need him to be unranged. They designed that portion of the game with him being unranged in mind. It's quite unfortunate, but that's how it is sometimes. So we're just gonna move in a little bit slowly here, and zoop zap! Okay. Okay. So what happened there? You're probably thinking, how'd I get so many inputs back to back without, like, activating any sort of recovery materia? The reason that functions the way that it does is because Focus Strike along with Disorder both give back ATB. Focus Strike gives a flat, well, they both give a flat amount back, so that was almost that was pretty stupid to put it that way. I believe Focus Strike gives 700 back per shot. And Disorder, it varies which stance you're in. Going from Operator, which is the classic stance, more balanced, better movement, lower damage, better ATB gain, and a guard, versus Punisher, which is higher damage, bad movement, changes out guard for a counter, which is extremely strong and has pretty high damage reduction for the hit that triggers it. Disorder changes depending on the stance. The changing out of Punisher into Operator is high damage, low ATB regain, and it's 2 hits. And the switching in is a single hit, but has high ATB gain. Both of them are roughly the same. The reason Disorder's a little bit better in that aspect is because it can usually multi-hit. So if you have a group of enemies that are close enough, you can basically refund your full ATB. 700 out of 1,000 is enough to keep looping Focus Strikes fairly quick. Without the game, you know, really having much of a chance. Synergy comboing off of, like, full Magic Power Cloud or full Magic Power Aerith can be very crippling to the game. And we're going to make Airbuster look like a joke as long as I don't choke. We're going to refocus in here, though, because Tifa's damage doesn't matter, so we're going to give her God or Dumb Rung and a couple other things. But I do need to be quiet for the most part here so I can once, twice, poke. Yep. Alright, so that's phase 1. Yeah, that's how this boss goes. So we're going to Thundiga here. Gotta wait. Once. We'll play it safe here. Once. True Strike. Omni. Upper. Focus. Oh, that was bad, actually. That's gonna really screw me over. I should not have Focus Strike there. Ooh, that's gonna mean a lot of stupid stuff's gonna happen. I did an additional Focus Strike because I was playing safe in the first phase. So it ended up really screwing up my ATB. I can fix this, but it's not the best way to do it. Oh, good, I moved just enough for triple. That's fine. Thunder up, Barret. Overcharge. Cloud ATB boost. Cloud Thundiga. Okay, barely. Luckily, I have a little bit of leeway there because of Skill Master and a few other things on the table. We're going to do a little bit of equipment changing here. We've got to get Synergy onto Aerith. We need to take off this Chain Bangle so we can explode harder on ourselves. That'll make sense in a moment. SD and Blade Burst. Okay. So now Cloud's going pseudo off magic, and we're going to be doing a lot more physical stuff here. Triply. This ATB gain's kind of butt cheeks, though. Okay, I got enough. So I'm going to Blade Burst these guys as the targeting starts up. Uh-oh. Okay. So we're on Iron Blade. Iron Blade has a really strong interaction with self-destruct. But it does kill us. You know, I really don't like Reno, so, you know, forget it. It's fine. It'll be fine. Oh! It's fine. Huh. Yeah, Iron Blade has the reprieve skill attached, and it's pretty nice. Keeps us from dying. What's this? How do we get a limit? I guess I might as well use it here. You know, doesn't matter much. Just fire it off. I wonder if this will kill. Huh. Oh, it looks painful, buddy. So we're gonna have healing, fire for assist. Then it's magnify, refocus for HP up. Then warding, and then I believe first strike for this. Okay. So, yeah. We do have to have a somewhat significant menu whenever Aerith is added to the party. Her power with magic is on a whole other level. If Cloud was like a black mage, black wizard, Aerith is a sage from Final Fantasy III. You know, she's basically the uber alpha omega of magic casting. Her damage output is so ridiculously high that tier 2 spells can often hit for cap damage when set up properly. So Cloud's going to go on the bench in the sense of magic firing off, and we're going to switch over to murdering so many monsters with Aerith. Right now, she's on Thunder Magnify because we're going to be dealing with a lot of machines, and we have Wind, Synergy looped in. Synergy itself is super strong. Synergy Wind, not so much in this segment. So you can move a little bit during that, after you drop that chandelier. You got to be careful, because if you change the camera angle, you can end up turning Cloud around towards you. And oh god, it's awful. These hand-over-hand segments are actually, like, pretty atrocious. Often it takes a lot of, like, finagling to get it to go the way you want. So, Aerith, yeah, explosive damage. We just doubled down magic up on her. And since Cloud doesn't have to give up 2 of his armlet slots anymore for magic up, and we're going to make do, we cut Chain Bangle for Force Armlet. Well, what? Basically, Chain has 50-50, right, on its defense stats. Like, literally, it's 50 physical defense, 50 magical defense. Self-destruct, I've gamed it so that it gives us a bunch of self-damage instead of instant death by attaching Subversion Warding to Iron Blade. So Iron Blade is specifically set up for self-destructive use. Ice Elemental, because it's basically neutral to a lot of things, so I can avoid having to finagle around that materia, change it a bunch. I'm only going to have to change it in Hojo's lab way later in the game. You could make some arguments for starting it out on wind and stuff, but a lot of the monsters are weak to ice, and you're going to have a lot of monster encounters that you're probably going to want it for. And the humans don't really care too much about ice either in terms of, like, resistance, so works out pretty good. Anything that's a machine, though, Aerith is going to one-shot for the most part, so lightning is not going to be helpful. But having wind on would be arguably better for Rude, but it's one fight, so I have a hard time taking, you know, dealing with having that material and changing it. Because this menu would theoretically get us all the way to Hell House. I do make a minor adjustment of putting Light Elemental on, or Light Synergy on, after we finish up Rude, basically. And a few other monsters because they're weak to wind. Because there's so many machines that just having Synergy Thunder speeds things up and makes it more consistent. So I less rely on wasting MP, ATB, and wind crits, and replace that with just letting lightning do its work on machines. Most of the other stuff isn't too worried about it being lightning or wind, so it's fine. But yeah, the way Iron Blade works with self-destruct is we have Ice Elemental for some boosted damage, because it is magic-based, so why not? Iron Blade has a kind of low Fizz stat, but it has a pretty high magic stat. I think it's in the hundreds, if I remember right. It's not super strong, but it's definitely high enough for it to be viable. It also has the attached skills of Reprieve and Trade-Off, at least those are the really important ones. Reprieve will revive us once at 1 HP, so that makes Self-Destruct basically a freebie in every fight we use it in. Enemy skill has Alleged Aura, which is the Ice command. Ice Aura, it does more damage than most other things, but it's basically tick damage over 60 seconds, so it's not worth it in a lot of scenarios. Bad Breath is cool, but bad, like objectively bad, because The only reason you'd want to use Bad Breath if it inflicted slow, poison, possibly stop or sleep statuses, but it does none of that. And it costs 2 ATBs, so I think it may inflict poison, but you might as well just cast Bio instead, honestly. Because at least you'll do more damage that way. The Bio itself will do more and cost you less ATB. It does take longer to hit, but it's worth it. You have the Soul Drain or whatever, Life Drain. It does take some life drain away, but yeah. And then there's self-destruct. Probably, like, I'm not sure if it was an oversight or not, but it's actually good. But it does take a lot of setup to make it good. It used to be really good early on, because we could use it to set up out of bounds or skips. In the PS4 version, you could get Infinite Flee by killing your entire party and then killing your... basically killing Cloud in like 90% of the scenarios in a fleeing status.
Here goes nothing.
And then you would stay in fleeing until the enemies were killed. So you could get over cutscene triggers by using in-battle commands to move right past them and switch to another character. They fixed it, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it. The only skip now is Chapter 15 skip that can save like between 70 to 90 seconds. I don't know why I took so long to do that. Normally, with Cloud, you want to lock on as soon as possible and swing at something and then keep on rolling. So, yeah, it kind of sucks because I'm... Yep.
I can fight too, you know.
Probably if I had actually got that movement right, I may have linked the two together. So I've opted to put healing on Cloud and ATB assist. You could go for Skill Master or a bunch of different things, a large variety of things here. I think healing's worth it, because a lot of these fights, Aerith can kind of get brutalized while you're running away, and same thing in Chapter 9. You can end up taking a lot of hits in silly ways if the fights go sour, especially in the arena. I do use SD in the arena to speed things up a bit, but it also leads to a little bit of variation, where sometimes enemies can move out of the explosion radius, and then I have to finish them off with other stuff. But it's usually just one or two that survive, so a single-targeted double magic up to Aerith can roast them. The main upside to using Iron Blade like this is we get access to having Fury Ring, which is actually integral to making it work, because Fury Ring inflicts permanent Berserk.
Piece of cake.
Normally, permanent Berserk has an upside and a downside to it. It adds 30% damage output increase, but it increases your taken damage by 30%. So, like, you'd want to cast it on a boss so they take 30% more damage and use it on yourself so you boost your output. But with self-destruct, it boosts your input damage as well when you self-destruct, self-dealt damage. So it pushes you really close to just self-damage based limits. The reason my HP is low and I'm not using a lot of HP ups is actually because of its interaction with self-destruct. Your limit gain on HP loss isn't based on the raw number of hit points lost. It's based on the raw number, the percentage of HP lost. So the lower my base HP on Cloud, the more limit I gain per hit point lost, if you will. Basically, you know, if I was at max, I would get like half a bar. But because of this, I get like 80%, 95%.
There, check it out.
I'd say it's between 90 and 95% with Force on, so that I only have 9 magic defense and physical defense, over 50 and 50 on Chain Bangle.
And that's the final word on it. We'll get
I could crit myself in some scenarios, which will push that damage up high enough to get a limit every time. But like I said, crits are not your friend usually. They're more often than not a deficit. Most of the situations we have kind of like a normal way to get around not doing enough self-damage. There was an older route where I abused SD a lot more. I think it was mainly I did that in the PS4 version, and I may not use it as much if I go back to the PS4. Thank you. I don't know how that reached me, but okay. Fire and Ice needs line of sight, so I have no idea in hell how that fire got line of sight and didn't explode hitting something else. So we're gonna wait a little bit here.
too bright.
I could, like, go for Thundera immediately, but what would happen is the Smogger would get a HP lock and then have 1 hit point. And then at that point, I'd be hoping Aerith would swing at him immediately so that he would die. So I unfortunately have to take it a little bit slow there. If I had Synergy Thunder, I could always just, like, trigger that at a distance and it'd be a little bit quicker, but doesn't really matter. This is, like, one of the most insufferable hand movement segments, because it changes the camera here, so what it does is screws with, like, the directional input it wants. So, like, the easiest way is to just, like, roll your thumbstick on that one, like, back and forth between two different angles. This one you can actually usually hold, like, a just straight right. I don't know who the hell decided that your frickin' input on those had to be tied to the frickin' angle of the camera, but that was such a stupid thing to do. Instead of just making it so you could, like, hold up or right or whatever to go forward in segments like that.
Yes, we're home
A lot of the interactables in this game have questionable design choices around them.
You're getting
But
right now.
meh. I'm usually reaching around the 90-minute mark here. You can get a little bit lower. You're probably going to have a little bit higher of a time if you don't use Synergy on Airbuster. The reason that, like, accidentally wasting that ATB was bad is because I could have triggered ATB Assist twice, so I didn't need to use ATB Boost on Cloud. Luckily, my ATB lined up enough so that Boost would get me out of that trouble. I also had Skill Master on Barret as well, so I could get through it. So we're going to heal up here and take a quick bathroom break, and I will be right back.
While fallen beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue efforts, the fires appear to have been mostly extinguished.
We help catch the bombers. We get a reward
Over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse
gloom.
me, ma'am, but
we're
would you
safe
mind
down
answering a few
here.
questions?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you
reason
give us
for
any
them to
updates
attack
on the
us.
status of the reactor?
So,
What
when are
kind
the
of
trains
damage
gonna
did it
start
suffer
up
in the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick succession, can they really be stopped before they strike again?
What do you think? Have no fear. Shinra will keep Midgar safe.
Okay, time's up!
Those Avalanche guys are unbelievable. Without the
All right,
reactors,
let's
how are we
go.
supposed to live?
We need to stand up and fight against anyone who tries to destroy our way of life.
Man, I can't decide where to go on my honeymoon.
Oh, what timing! Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but... I help out every now and then. It's fun. Eris! Well, well. What are you doing all the way up there?
Was trying to get a look at the reactor. Who's this guy?
So yeah, this part of the chapter is a lot of walk along.
My bodyguard. That's Oates.
Here we're gonna tell you the story, guys.
See you.
So, for the most part,
Peas in a pod.
not much going on here. Just trying to make sure we don't get too far ahead, that the cutscene triggers get all screwy. If you move too far ahead, Aerith will not activate her next thing. This is probably the second longest dialogue here. The next one will be a little bit longer. Most of the other ones we could either mash through,
Guess we have a new
No.
destination.
or,
Probably explain.
you know,
The Leaf House is the local
frickin'
village. That's where all these kids
save load.
Hey, Eris,
We're gonna try and... It really doesn't matter getting too far ahead. You gotta actually be careful. If you get too far ahead, sometimes Tifa will stop right here, or Aerith will stop right here, and it will
Apparently,
keep you from progressing unless you're close enough. This little guy here, for whatever reason, big fan of Cloud.
Thanks again for all those herbs.
I don't know how this...
Helped a lot of people.
affects anything.
Anytime.
How'd you
Just
manage
decided he's going to be right next to you and facing the same direction as you.
I have my ways.
And him?
He's my body.
Not really sure
Just until I get home.
how that
Sure he's
changes
up
things.
to
But
it?
sure, whatever.
Maybe.
One of those little interesting things you notice as you play.
Since I'm so generous,
so-
I gather medicinal
oh,
herbs
good.
for his patients.
Great to the leaf house, huh?
Here's the leaf house.
You gotta wait for both of them to be within a certain distance of the leaf house
Well then, I hope
No
to start
problem.
mashing. So,
what with all the
well, you don't have to wait to start mashing, but yeah, for the most part. I mean, so there will be a little bit of a save load here. I'll be used to save some time. So yeah, whenever Aerith's in the party, she gobbles up the magic up materia.
What's your favorite flower?
There is a point where I kind of like change it out in Hojo's lab, but for the most part, she keeps it. It's a hard equip for most every fight. There's probably there's one fight I've kind of like grandfathered in an older strat. Not the best way to deal with it. Sometimes when you're save loading it, be careful about adding extra inputs. You may end up trying to save on the wrong thing or load on the wrong thing. That can be pretty devastating. You know, getting an extra save in that loses you 5 seconds. What the more bigger issue is, like, we only have 10 save slots because in the PS4 version we could upload our saves to USB, but they haven't yet enabled that on the PS5. So we're in a really right position on practicing slots and stuff. At least for a New Game Plus run, we obviously want a start file. And then if we want to do save load, we probably should have a secondary save file. So that way it doesn't negatively affect our start file, so we can do resets quicker without having to like reset our equipment every time.
That Aerith, she's a handful, isn't she?
So yeah, we're just gonna pop up here, tap the cutscene trigger, and head on back down. That's all we gotta do.
And these right here are
I mean, you get a couple of different flowers. Also, like, the water effects are really great in this version. So, this area looks really good, and you don't get much time to kind of fiddle fart around here. At least, especially not in a speed run. So, depending on which flower we get, will determine what collage we get on the little thing. We're gonna go for Moogle today. That's the white up. But yellow will give us a chocobo, and the green foxtails over here will give us cactar. And 2 of any out of the 3 will give you that mascot. One of each, I believe, gives you a random collage. Doesn't really, like, there's no picture. Bunch of flowers. I'm pretty sure most people probably did that casually. Unless they're like, oh no, I don't even care, just get me out of here. So we have to get 3 rounds of flowers, as many as we can, just a few more, and then we can go. So now we're starting to head back into gameplay portions here.
What do you say?
SD is not going to get as much use outside of bosses. Problem is, Cloud gets popped up in the air, and then lands on the ground, does a bounce, and then starts getting back up.
And when you're done, you'll be drowned
So,
in job offers.
unless it's going to end the phase,
So, how do you think
it's not exactly a
Well, we'll see.
good use. There are some fights where I use it anyway, because of its incredible damage output, and over AoE. I use it mainly to get around using Magnify in some cases, or because Magnify can only hit so many. So, like, in the arena, there's a fight with a bunch of Corneo's thugs, Butch Cassidy, or it's not even Corneo's thugs, it's just Corneo's thugs plus the thieves, Butch Cassidy and whatever. Those 3 idiots. And then they carry like 5 other guys with them. You know, Magnify is not going to hit all of them. You know, like a magnified fire is basically going to stop immediately. It's going to get more than 3 kills. You try with ice, but wind and lightning have a bit of an issue because they have they have a much smaller hitbox when they pop. So ice is probably your best for like taking out more than 3 enemies with a magnify. But that really depends on how aggressively they move and stuff. So I go for SD in that situation. Usually wipe out 80% of them. I'm not sure how many is actually in that fight, but usually leaves me with anywhere between 0 to 3 of them left over. 1 is my most common left over. which is fine because I could just nuke him with Thundera while Cloud's getting back up. So it's he ends up going down pretty quick. If I have to kill multiple after, it's not too bad, but it could be better. So we're gonna use Disorder a lot to be triggering arrow synergies, specifically lightning synergy once I toggle over to it in the next chapter. Not only because of the A to B refund, but because of how quick it fires off. It actually fires off so quick that it's one of those few commands that if you use it back to back, synergy won't trigger twice. Synergy has a lot of like really weird cases where you gotta manipulate it. Like it'll target the first thing that you know, even if you killed it or not. So you end up having to like switch the character to retarget it. Sometimes you can actually interrupt it and stop it by switching to the character. The characters will take forever to activate it sometimes, because they're in the middle of a regular combo. There's a lot of very specific information. Stuff like this is why I actually definitely go for the Ice Elemental. I could have done that a little bit quicker if I just made up my mind quicker and gone for Disorder. Would have done enough damage. But what was important was the Sorcerer's Storm killing the rats. If you don't kill all these rats in one, they'll usually activate Call to Arms, which spawns another wave, which isn't the problem. It's the fact that it takes forever to spawn. And takes forever to be killable. So, yeah. This under a Magnify should work here. Okay. So I'm going to do something special here. Notice that Disorder will refund a lot more than it normally would. So we're just... And then it gives me a 1 bar. How does it do that? Then I'm going to switch over and try and retarget the... Ah, crap. That sucks. Thunder. Interesting. I did not expect that to happen. I got a very rare scenario where the Hedgehog Pies all grouped together to the point where they got multi-hit by a Thunder. It's very uncommon that you get multi-hits with Thundera. Wind is a little bit easier because I think it has a slightly larger explosion radius. But Thunder is really hard to get multi-hits with. Enemies basically have to be sitting on top of each other for that. And that's very uncommon that they'll, like, get inside of the, you know, each other's hitboxes or models. So I'm gonna take this a little bit slow because I want to get as close to the exit as possible here. Because you've seen how slow I walk, so rolling is way faster here. If it wasn't for this, I'd go, like, all the way over the fence. But, c'est la vie. You get what you get sometimes, and you just gotta make the best of it. So we're just spamming Thunder Magnify because we have 3 or less enemies in most of these fights, so it works. Especially like this one right here. I made sure to lock on there first. In my experience, the lock-on mechanic in this game is very difficult. Sometimes it'll show things are locked on, and even if you start casting, it'll whiff. Spells are really, really bad. Sometimes they'll like miss the target and they'll hit the ground or something. Or with lightning in its case, I think wind and ice will usually just create the spell off the map where you can't see it and it'll completely whiff. So like locking on is a very good tool to counter that stupidity. There's some places where I don't need to be playing it safe, but I've had enough spells whiff to the point where I'm not in the mood to like let that happen anymore. There's no reason to risk it. It's not a humongous time loss. You're gonna lose more time whiffing than you will taking the extra half a second to make sure you're locked on. That's just obviously in my experience. I could be completely wrong about that, and it just be because I do things in a really weird way that causes it. But yeah. So we're heading on out of here. This chapter is pretty much done. All we got left to do is to escape Aerith's house and I guess fight Rude. Rude's gonna look kinda crude, but funny. This fight's really Unga Bunga. I like it because of its Unga Bunga-ness. Self-destruct can lead to some really stupid-looking fights because of its interaction with limits. I used to abuse it a lot more in the past, but there's just so much time saved with Synergy on the table that some of these fights are like, you can't turn your nose up at Synergy. It ended up being that Synergy and MP Absorb stuff ended up fixing more menus. Oh my. If you get run into by frickin' the AI in that scenario, it can take a while to exit that cutscene. There's a little bit of time, whether you like it or not. So yeah. We're gonna come in here, slash, counter, disorder, ATB boost, and kaboom. So we barely get that SD off in time as he's getting flung over the head. If you hesitate even just a little bit, you're most likely gonna miss. That's one of the fringe interactions of Wind. It will fling a target at the caster when certain conditions are met. So that's its gimmick. Not really a good one, but it is. It's gimmick. Limits are invincible, so even if he was still attacking here, I could avoid getting killed. You're probably thinking, what killed there? I saw her do the spell you cast. I saw the limit resolve, but he just died. He died to a Synergy Arrow that she cast right after a Synergy Aeroga. Aeroga takes a while to pop, or just Ice and Wind spells take a while to pop. So doing that, the other one was getting ready to pop while the tier 3 spell was popping off. So you can't really tell, but that's what killed Synergy Wind. That's actually why I have Synergy Wind. You could also do like Synergy Lightning. I've been told for that fight. Problem is I need Wind to do it, and that's like the most optimal way for me to equip it is just have Synergy Wind. It's not the best. I do have to tweak it for later chapters, but one way or the other, I have to mess with Wind.
So,
because I end up needing that for something. I need it for another slot somehow. Much like Cloud, I've deferred to go to Magic Up, or MP Up, and Stagger. Very often, if Aerith doesn't kill something, she's going to stagger it, which will give her ATB back. Or sometimes she'll just do both, and we'll be able to take out groups of enemies insanely quick. Yay, internet. Yeah. So, I've got SD on Cloud, so I have a nice burst damage. It's likely I can get a limit out of it in some scenarios. So it's super nice there. We got Fury Ring on both of them for a 30% damage buff. You got to be aware it also increases damage taken by 30%. That will be helpful with Iron Blade self-destruct abuse, if and when I do choose to use it. Most of the time I'm going to be using either Disorder or Blade Burst for damage. Blade Burst is Blade Beam, if all you guys are familiar. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the auto-targeting effect it had in the initial game, where the beam would hit one enemy and then split off and auto-target. It's just a cone of blades, one down the center, two down the side, and it does the same damage regardless. But it's Cloud's only magic-based attack. So with Iron Blade and Mithril Saber, it's actually very strong. The only downside is it has a pretty large wind-up, and it's very vulnerable to being interrupted in certain circumstances. So there's some places you could use it when things are still spawning in, but there's enough floating orbs or stuff to hit you that it could very well just knock you out of it. There's a setup in the fight after President Shinra where the tentacle phase spawns, where I could use Blade Burst to kill 3 or 4 tentacles while they're still spawning and save some time. But it's very unlikely that it goes off cleanly, because I'll most likely get hit by the flying orbs of silence or fire, because the game hates me. So we're just going to disorder this dude real quick. Because he's a floating monster, he's weak to wind. So there you go. Same with Drakes here. Drakes are flat out awful in the PS4 version. Nice, we got the hit. So getting that disorder hit's really nice. It makes this a lot simpler. It usually makes it so Aerith does enough damage. Kill. And now we've ripped off Wind real quick and turned it over to Lightning. So for the rest of this area, we're going to be spamming Lightning Synergy. There's like 3 or 4 different sweepers, cutters, Sweepy and Cutty in the Annex. That Lightning is just head and shoulders better than Wind. It is a quirk. It's kind of obnoxious to have doubling down on stuff like that. Because of Sweetie and Cutty and the fight towards the end of the highway, where there's the one Sweeper, the Bandit, and the regular Thug. Thunder Magnify is still good, so switching it out for Wind is very inconvenient, just switching it out with Aerith, flipping her stuff. Because that means her Thunder Magnify is no longer there, and I would have to go out of my way to magnify her Wind. It's just not good. So it's better to just steal it off Barrett for a few seconds and then give it back to him later.
Well, what did I tell you?
A lot of people will introduce new materia through their weapons. I don't do it that way. I menu mine. I do, however, set up 3 weapons for Cloud ahead of time. Iron Blade for self-destruct abuse. So we're just gonna disorder this Tutorino, Blade Burst, and get out of here. So I want the extra little bit of damage from Blade Burst. Disorder can work, but I found sometimes the damage is lacking, so Blade Burst just goes out better. Normally I can go right into Blade Burst from the recover off of Disorders ATB refund, but sometimes you don't have enough ATB. Your ATB start is inconsistent. It's really bad without First Strike. With a powered up First Strike, you can get anywhere between like 1,200 to 2,000 ATB. More often you'll find yourself around in the 1,600 range, but there's no guarantee of anything for the most part. So some of our fights are modeled around having to build ATB intermittently, or at the very start of a fight. So we use a big command to pressure the boss and make it so we can build up bar real quick without... Good grief, triangle boss, why? That's what I was talking about. Like, there's just, like, you can't activate it from the side. So we're going to pick up this little dumb crate and move it off to the side. I kind of wish we could skip these, or, like, these ran at double speed or something. So this is one of the few ones where you got to skip a cutscene in the middle.
I'm gonna head down.
We're going to drop this off here and then go pick Aerith up. We're going to move up a little bit there so we clear that piece of cement. And now we can pick Aerith up. So we got Thunder Magnify, Thunderous Energy. It seems counterintuitive to double down on Lightning, but other runners are even heavier into it because they use MP Absorb. I don't. I use a MP Up route. Other runners use HP Up too. That's something I see as like it's a bad idea. Honestly, if you can fit healing into your route, it makes HP Up not that big of an issue. Early on, too, there's not a lot of enemies that do enough damage to really spook you into healing. It is unfortunate that Cloud is the one that has healing, but I will be able to get it off once we get past here. There's plenty of cutscenes where it doesn't stifle his movement at all. That's usually the downside to equipping healing on Cloud. And Tifa, to a lesser extent in Hojo's lab, is it stifles your movement. In Hojo's lab, there's really very few instances where you can heal for free. Luckily, Aerith has Bloodsucker on Mithril Rod. We're going to be using Mithril Rod the entire time because it has an insanely high magic stat. You would think Silver Staff might be usable because it reduces magic cost by 20%, but the damage is way more important than the slight reduction in spells. You want to spend less time casting, more time killing. You know what I mean? Especially since we're using it with Synergy, which only casts tier 1 spells. So having the higher magic stat plus Berserk and all that other stuff makes it really important to have the highest level of damage output. Interesting. That's the first time I've seen Burke do that. Whatever. So Sork Storm usually deals with that fight. I could have... hey, Esteemed Hams. Thanks. We'll see where we're going today, right? Going bang zoom straight to the moon or somewhere else. So yeah, you can kind of see the damage numbers Blade Burst is putting out. You could also use Triple Slash. I don't think it's as good. It does face a damage penalty if it hits the same enemies twice. Yeah, I mean, I would like to make that reference on the third-class soldiers in Chapter 16, but I also don't want to send them to the moon either. Or Chapter 15, rather. Maybe I'll do it just for the funsies in a run. Like, so these guys, we're gonna make them astronauts today. Watch where they go. Bang, zoom, straight to the moon.
It's this way.
Oh yeah, if you can get him in the pressured status, you can send him flying real easy. And that's, like, Firaga bounces him pretty stupid too, but if you can get the pressured going, you can send him pretty high in Chapter 4. I don't even know, like, what triggers his pressured status, or else I could just do it with ice instead of fire. I think it's like you have to hit him at a certain time, but that would require like a specific. Hey, the big follows bot. Yeah, boy. Big follows out there supporting me. Yeah. So, for the most part, there is pretty tight gameplay for the first couple of hours. There's, you could probably go with some more risky stuff that would save little fractions of time here and there. I'm probably not the most optimized. I try to make a concerted effort to kind of stick to my own stuff unless somebody gives me a specific, you know, hey, you should try this out because it works. Because I'm the kind of person that if I see something shiny, I will totally start messing with it. And then I'll find myself trying to do it in runs without having practiced it. So I have a really bad mindset.
Thanks for the lift. I'll have that.
Yeah, because if I get at all slightly tilted, I start throwing myself under the bus with some strats. I'll be like, oh great, yep, I got murdered by that thing. Guess what? We're going to try out Fire MP Absorb right now. I don't even know what the route's going to look like, but we're doing it. That's part of the reason why I usually only use Timer. I'll probably switch back to Splits once I get closer to another PB.
Don't worry, we'll be on the same page next time.
Yeah, somebody just told me to do this thing. I'm going to YOLO it. So we're going to Blade Burst here to try and kill everything. Ooh, we got Bandit C, so we don't have to worry about anything. Bandit C lock-on is perfect. Normally you have to retarget with Aerith to get that Thunder hit Bandit C, but in this setup, that's perfect. That's the nice thing about having Synergy. Look at her MP, right? Having Synergy here basically makes her MP, like, get impacted not at all. Yeah, Bandit C, for whatever reason, has more HP than the rest. I have no idea who the hell decided that needed to be a thing. That specific bandit needed to have enough HP for a Sherman tank, but he does. He definitely takes way more damage than he should, that's for sure. Some enemies, like, have a unnecessarily large HP pool. It would be a lot easier to tell. Like, the Ultimania does have that information, but, Coda's decided to stop translating it because it's completely related to the PS4 version, not the PS5 version. So,
Guess this is it?
we're really not sure what we've got.
Yeah.
Because they did change enough in Intergrade for it to be considered a completely different category.
Come on, Cloud. We gotta hurry.
Yeah, he wandered right out into that one, that's for sure. Usually Bandit C is the biggest troublemaker, but luckily with that one I got to save some time. Yeah. The problem is like the information we have on Intergrade is colloquial. It is tested. So I mean, for the most part, we have a rough idea of you know, it's going to be the HP values are between this, the weaknesses is this, the multipliers are that. We have a really good idea of what it is, but unfortunately, we don't have the design documents for the Ultimania because they don't exist for Intergrade. So we've had to create our own information and then test it against what we had for the PS4. But the initial version is really nice because the Ultimania has exact numbers and stuff. Not everything is well explained, but for the most part, we're very close to knowing. The reason I was citing that specifically is I was trying to get at the thing that pisses me off the most is the assess materia really doesn't give you as much information as I liked it to. It says, oh, it's greater or lesser resistance, which, like, doesn't really indicate the multiplier at all. You know, it doesn't really specify the impact of Berserk, you know, whether it's weak to it or not, you know. It doesn't tell you that, oh, yeah, by the way, Berserk weakens each time you use it, so it lasts for less time, stuff like that. It's very frustrating that stuff isn't in there. We had to figure that out ourselves through the Ultimania plus testing. Some enemies, like, can only be slept once or berserked once or whatever. Like, Rufus is a good example. He's extremely, the best way to get rid of Rufus is to sleep into a Braver, because the Braver automatically staggers Rufus. But he can only be slept once. After that, he evades it every time. You can set it up so that you can brave her again off of a triple slash if you dodge properly. But, you know, there's nowhere in the assess documents does it say this. And the assess doesn't have, like, clear HP. You know, not even, like, a rough estimate of HP. So it makes some things frustrating in-game when you're looking at in-game information.
Just wanted to see Andrea. Let me handle this.
Some games have really good bestiaries, other games have really bad ones. I wish that, like, you got that more generalized information when you didn't use assess, but you, like, hit the weakness or a resistance, and assess give you some more specific information. It does give you some tips and hints on each enemy, but some of them are very vague. I feel like Remake suffers from translationitis. Some of the translations are kind of scuffed. A lot of the abilities are very roughly translated, and some of them aren't even close to correct. So we want to skip this here, no deal. The reason I've been picking the dialogue options I have, yeah, it does tell you how to beat some bosses, but, so the dialogue options I've been picking are to push me towards Madame M's side quests, so I can get Aerith's Tress, walk out, walk right back in. Last run, I managed to not do that, so hopefully I remember to take advantage of it next time. I literally went half the way to Corneo's mansion and had to double back. Man, I wasn't even mad at that point. I was just really embarrassed that I pulled a boneheaded move like that. Lost 20 to 30 seconds walking in a circle. I still learn a lot about this game, but I'll tell you right now, I would like to just get a good run and stop learning. That's kind of how I feel sometimes. I want to stop learning. I don't want to say that's never happened before in a run. Or I have no idea why the game does that. I want to get through one run without that. Or at the very least, I want to get through a run and be like, well, the reason that happened is because I'm a dum-dum and I did this thing. You know, I accidentally input this, or I buffered a true strike into a shortcut or something stupid. Okay.
One of the trio. And why? Really?
But, huh? I could never.
Yeah. You are correct. There is some randomness in the game. So that last, whenever it's a dialogue option, the bottom option pushes you towards Madame M, top one pushes you towards Sam, middle one pushes you towards no one. The coin flip always pushes you towards Sam regardless. Talking to Johnny pushes you towards Sam. The no deal gives you, like, barely any points towards Sam, though. So if you accidentally choose one of the Sam options and no deal, you'll still be okay as long as you chose two Madame M options. The other one is the hand massage. The expensive one is Madame M. The cheap one is Sam, and the middle one is nobody again. So the game always has a way to default you towards Sam through the coin flip, just in case. So there's one more big save load here in this elevator. We can skip a lot of Aerith's fidgeting dialogue by just save loading. I'm going to move forward a little bit here so that I can just push right out of the door once I load. Those will instantaneously... right here. Wait a second. I don't even... I was holding down for a second, so I didn't know if I screwed things up. I had to actually look at it. Alright. So now we got a lot of fights here. There's a couple of different variations I can go through. I can go for, like, Thunder, Magnify, triple slashes. I'd probably just go for the triple slash, because the dogs have been giving me trouble lately. I do have ATB boost on Cloud, so it's not that big of an issue.
Cloud, and please make... We're in way too deep to back out now.
I'm just going to, yeah. This will be a little jank, but I'm fine with it. Skip. No, we're not. And what do we got here? Thundera?
Gotta be careful.
Wrong.
Too bright? Go on!
ATB boost. Should have done what I was thinking. Are you shitting me?
Get him!
Thundera. That's why I have Cure. I should have waited. I don't know if this is actually going to lose time or not. Okay. So that's the difference between being dumb and being really dumb. So you can triple slash with that fight and Thunder and Magnify. I kind of hosed myself by not going for it and going for the SD. If you're really greedy with a self-destruct, you're usually going to miss both the dogs, or at least one of them.
What's wrong?
I got greedy and went for it too early because I had really, really, really good ATB. That's one of those cases where, like, good ATB can put you in a bad spot where it'll allow you to do something you shouldn't. So you got to be mindful about that. Luckily, that wasn't a humongous L. It was an embarrassing L that I definitely inflicted to myself. So 1, 2, and kaboom. What do we got left over here? Thunder and Magnify.
Too bright?
So I had to choose what was going on there for a second. I wanted to make sure I hit the what was left over. I usually get between 0 to 3 bandits. 1 and 2 are the most common, so I want to make sure that my Thunder and Magnify hits the right thing. If I do it correctly, one of them will get tagged by Synergy Lightning, so it's usually enough to put both of them down pretty quickly. Pretty bad fights, but all in all, it could be far worse. The first one was actually about as bad as it could possibly be, because I got Cloud killed too. If I had Thunder and Magnified, I probably would have been in a better spot, but what are you going to do? Sometimes you play poorly. Luckily, I have Synergy Wind on the table, so I can do a majority of the damage without needing MP. So we'll just push through these.
You jittery?
We'll just be stupid about this, I guess. I don't know what the hell I was thinking there. We're going to go limits on Sweeper. Really? Very interesting.
Still doing okay, right?
I should kill. Really bad choices in there. I meant to disorder, but for some reason I fired off SD. Luckily, I have enough backup. This is the reason why heal can be really good, because these fights can go sideways sometimes. It was 100% my fault. I really can't blame the game for any of that. No. Want lightning to go to fire, I believe. Yep. And then this for wind. Skill master for Barrett's healing or Cloud's healing. And we're gonna keep disorder. Go into berserk. Thundera. Triple stays because I need that for stunning Hell House, arcane, fire, and fire. All right. So that setup for Aerith will work specifically for the way I do this fight. And it will also flow very well into the Abzu 1 Abzu 1 fight, which is very quick. So I'm going to just kind of go into focus mode here because this fight is pretty hard. Nice ATB, Aerith. Okay, here we go. So that may look slow, but I haven't figured out a faster way to do it. I want to make sure I don't finish that phase with a wind spell because it'll, for whatever reason, when Hell House is pressured and killed with a spell, it'll carry that stagger value into the next phase. It's very important that I don't because I want to do a specific amount of stagger, end phase 2, and then immediately stagger phase 3, and then immediately kill phase 3. It may not be faster to do this, but it sure as hell feels funner.
Watch out for high winds.
I'm just waiting for him to get up here. Bio. Trying to stagger with Cloud here, which happened. Alright. So it doesn't in 1 wind spells. Alright, so I want to stick on Cloud here so the chairs target him. Now we're going to switch over to Aerith. Just get the Blizzara in. So I need Cloud at full MP or full ATB so he can cast Blizzara here in a second. Right about here, because I don't want to do it too soon. Uh-oh. Throw this. We have Ice, Fire, Thundera, Fire. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Oh, thank you, K-Light Codec Pack. I'm glad you could ask me for an update right now. I'm glad you could ask for it right after I finish the fight instead of during it, though.
There you go. So, Matt, I was...
Yeah. So, if you do that fight right and get the Tempest charged up and get enough chip damage before he gets to the hook, basically no matter what element you see outside of fire, you can roast him while he's up there on that hook before he hits the floor. Lightning is preferable because a double arrow and a Tempest usually combos up nicely. It is kind of annoying that you can't cast Cloud's Thundera, but I do have all 4 elements. The main thing with that fight is you need all 4 elements between the two of them. Because when you get that final phase, you get a random element. He starts with fire all the time. That's why I have Ice Elemental on Cloud. He will Elemental Shift if you don't do enough damage quickly enough. And then the next 2 phases, he's in pressure for these. So, like, he doesn't have a chance to shift elements. So we're going to walk right back out, walk right back in. Yep. And fun is done. We are out of this chapter, save for 1 fight. Okay, that's a lot of dizziness I wasn't ready for. Alright, so you can get on out of here. So that was a pretty on spec fight. The reason I switched to Aerith in Phase 2 was actually to stop her from casting Synergy Wind in response to Cloud's Triple Slash and Thundera. That very specific setup is required to hit the right amount of pressure value, but not do enough damage to hit the HP lock on Phase 2. Which if you hit the HP lock on Phase 2, it'll empty the stagger bar. But doing just enough damage in the right way and doing just enough stagger will set you up to be able to instantly stagger Phase 3. There's a couple of different ways to do it that are known. And they are very different. There is one that uses ice, which is probably quicker. But it doesn't flow well with my route, so I have to kind of do what I do. There is a way to figure it out, the stagger values and stuff. Mine is very specific because it requires Arcane Ward. But Arcane Ward's interaction with Synergy does make Aerith's damage output insanely high. So I have a hard time turning my nose up to it. For the most part, that fight is pretty consistent. Unless you get like a really weird crit. Oh boy, another one. Oh my. Thanks, Internet. I definitely wanted to drop 0.1% frames in a fraction of a second. At least it was in between this. I got the local recording anyway. My internet's being really silly today. And by silly, I'm replacing another word that I really want to use, but I shouldn't use. Yeah, so Buster Sword, it just happens to have the right stats for this Hell House fight, so that I do just the right amount of damage one way or the other, so I don't push too much damage to accidentally HP lock Phase 2. You can alternatively use Thundiga, which will speed up the phase transition, but there is a chance that Cloud crits. It increases the chance that if one of your spells crits, that you do too much damage and HP lock Phase 2 and have to reset, or recover the fight in another way. With Synergy, recovering that fight's not too hard. You basically just need to spam spells on the hand and make Aerith spam a ton of synergized spells, and then spam spells on the body to get stagger. You know, that's pretty straightforward, but it's easier with like Wind or Lightning because it'll walk onto the hand. I will be right back. Enjoy this dancy.
Well, you tried.
Wow. If I get this going during a marathon, I don't think I can complain. Honestly. Pretty okay with this. Pretty okay with this. I don't know how long I'll be pretty okay with this, but let's hope. Let's hope. Oh. One can only hoop hop hope. So Abzu 1 is a blink and you miss it experience, unless I blink and I miss it, and it takes forever. So you got 2 chances, right? You know, you have 2 chances during the marathon run. It'll be the SG Live and then the run back on Quest for Glory, right? I've been, man, it's been really weird. Like, they haven't put out their like pre-check information, so I'm starting to get kind of all friggin' like, because I got the 2 marathons back to back. So I just like, I want to make sure that my OBS setups or whatever is already taken care of for those marathons. Yeah. So, good old Abzu. Abazuzu. Ah, maybe today is the sub 450. I don't know. I did practice a lab, so blink and you miss it more. Yep. Hey, Elsaris, thanks for dropping by.
No way.
Here you are.
You serious?
Is there a problem?
I hope you know it.
Oh, will be?
If you say so.
I think Abzu is probably Abzu Ghoul, and to a lesser extent Eligor, I think are the final bosses that were kind of tooled around you not having access to everything. Once you hit like chapter 12 and 13 when Barret rejoins, the game definitely expects you to have pretty much all the materia maxed out, your levels maxed, your weapons pretty well equipped. That's not correct. No. Chain. Wait, what? What am I thinking? Oh, yeah. Metal Knuckle, yes. And then it's fire. Fire for this. Fire up. Fire. And then we're gonna put Somersault in here twice, even though that's really bad form. Because I use Triangle for some bosses and Circle for others.
This room gives me the creeps.
I doubled down on Somersault because I used to use Dolphin Flurry for Abzu, which was on Triangle. And then I switched to Somersault on Circle so I could make it a quicker reset.
Now ladies, listen up. I'm sure you're still feeling a bit woozy, but tonight's audition's about to begin.
It's the only way I can minimize missed inputting.
Come on, ladies, let's hustle.
It's really stupid. Really bad menuing, but until I get more practice to reconvert my muscle memory to where it needs to be. Because what I would like is Somersault Triangle Stop on Circle. So it's there for Rude, and then I have it as a backup for Eligor just in case. I screw up Eligor and he gets loose.
Better hurry.
It just as easily put Breach on it, but it's not going to help me anywhere else, so... Stop is a good backup tool if you have it equipped. Time equipped, rather, for a lot of fights. So, luckily the equipment for Aerith in Hell House perfectly flows into this. So we're going to be able to take advantage of just not menuing before Abzu for her. We will have to make some tweaks to her after Abzu, because of the way the fight works out, but what are you going to do? Yeah, I don't... No matter which option you take, he's still a spud. Thank God I don't have to look at his jiggle physics anymore. Alright, let's do this. Okay, we're definitely gonna have to go fire, fire, fire. Whenever. Oopsie. MP Absorb for Magnify and Healing for this. A little bit too hard there. Correct, correct, and I need to change her stuff. So Want to put Arrow Magnify on. Arrow is actually really stealth super good in these next couple of chapters. It's going to let me kill a lot of stuff without line of sight.
What is it?
I need the Fyra to deal with the damn turtles. They're pretty obnoxious.
In emergencies.
They can very easily make my life suck. So, we're just going to... I want to actually save load. This is one of the few. You can save load here as long as you don't move. And I did start moving, but luckily I let go immediately, so... So we're going to go for this. That's wrong. That's right. Ugh, that's exactly why I put somersault on a shortcut. So I don't do that.
Let's go.
That's why it's got 2 buttons. Because I normally use triangle on Abzu, but I use circle everywhere else because I'm normally on somersault. But now there's another issue with Eligor, because I used to do Eligor on triangle for Dolphin Flurry, and now I've downgraded it to somersault. So it's this really weird, unique situation created by rerouting that makes me look like a complete idiot. And I remember what you were mentioning earlier, Strife. I got it. I got you. I got you, dude. So we're just going to ignore these damn rats because it doesn't matter. Because Arrow doesn't need line of sight, we can just go... could have cast that sooner, but whatever. I'm not 100% used to that, but still faster than... I used to break the fights in 2 because I didn't have a good way to deal with the crabs.
Is it safe to go through here? It's really dark. I'm sure we'll be fine.
That was really jank, though.
Cloud.
A lot of times in the sewer, unfortunately,
What do you think Shinra's...
we're progression gated.
I mean...
So both times we come down here, Tifa's not going to be really useful.
Imagine what it is.
There's a couple of spots where she can save a ton of time, but most of the time, not very much. Unfortunately. Bunch of doors, windows. Windows? Windows? Windows 95? A bunch of doors, ladders,
That's a power generator.
and other interactables like this.
Wow.
It's an antique.
Like, even if I leaded Tifa, you'd see, like, this next fight is a really good example of it. There's nothing she could do in this fight to make it any better. So we're also going to lose a ton of time here shortly to this stupid pump minigame. So we're just going to try and get around this guy. Yeah, Arrow. That's the nice thing, too, is that Arrow Magnify is usually enough. I found that I had to use Fyra Magnify in the past. That may have been because I was split my magic ups between her and Cloud. Because I want to use Self-Destruct on Ghoul. But decided to stick with Mithril Blade for this segment because fire spells just do too much extra damage. The Disorder with Iron Blade, it does a nice, fat, hard hit. But it's just not enough to make worth putting it on early and giving up access to the higher tier magic damage.
So this is where...
And we're second.
Might be harder than...
Let's just try to... We can do this.
Yeah. First...
Also, this fight here sucks. I hate it. This bluegill is actively, like, the worst thing in the world.
I'm pretty good at protecting myself,
I have no idea what's left, but I don't care. Man, look at friggin' Tifa over there juggling that rat. Most of the time, the wind won't hit that frickin' bluegill, so you have to, like, go out of your way to target it. I just broke down and started using Arrow Magnify there, and then killing whatever was left over with fire, just to make my life easier. Because if you leave these bluegills alone too long, they'll get the Summer Spline off, and your Aerith is just gonna go to sleep, and you're like, wow, that was fun. I'm glad I could finish this off with, like, literally anybody but one-shot mage cast. Oh, great. My favorite. Time to watch everybody take tick damage for no reason. It's not a big issue, it's just obnoxious. So this next Sajin, I could just as easily tag him with Somersault, but because I don't need some optimized movement after it, we're actually going to use Synergy instead. Probably, from what I remember, it's a little bit quicker. Not a ton.
Get back.
Oh, that's cool. Awful.
Let's do this.
I forgot Disorder doesn't work if you're that far away. Some of these enemies... Disorder does have a pretty large rush-in. but it's not as much as your regular slash rush. So you normally, for enemies that are far away, you need to combine the two. Do your regular attack rush into the disorder. And that's really not that hard to do. Because a lot of the time, if you're holding a face button and you go into a shortcut menu, it'll buffer that input. So like, and you can also do the reverse as well. So like when Hell House was running me down and I used Punisher to counter, I could have put Aurora on triangle and cast Aurora with Aerith that way and then release the shoulder buttons when Hell House was close enough and it would have buffered the Punisher swap. So it's something you need to be aware of. You either can take advantage of it or it can be something that actively makes your life harder depending on how you preset your shortcuts. So be aware of like what you put on square and what you put on triangle and circle. Because those three can really put you in a bad spot. They all kind of have bad backfires too. It's like the... I don't think you can buffer into the tactical menu. I haven't seen it happen, but it might be possible. So for the most part, you need to keep an eye on what your where you're placing stuff. Everybody kind of has their own order. Like, oh, spells are on X, you know, physical commands are on circle, limits are on this is on that. But for the most part, you know, just kind of pick a pattern and make sure you don't screw up your menuing. Scissor claws suck, by the way. So I hung out in the door on purpose because I just was going to fire off with Cloud. Once again, Magnify only hits 3 targets. I could have gone for Arrow Rub Magnify, but the likelihood of it hitting all of them was pretty low, honestly. It's more likely I'd hit 3 of them with one of the first or second cast, and the other one would be too far away, so... One way or the other, I'd end up just killing 3. So I found it's just easier to fire off an additional fire with Cloud. If you don't have magic with Cloud here for whatever reason, you can still do some command like Disorder or something while you're at the ladder to trigger Synergy as well. But you got to keep in mind that that's going to cause Aerith to dance and then cast the spell, so it's probably faster to just stay in the doorway with Cloud Fire and buffer a roll out of it. So we're about to do the funnest minigame in the entire world, and I am not being facetious at all, or hate the guy that developed it, or hate the guy that didn't give you an ability to skip this. Nope, not at all. I'm not sour at all. What fun. Honestly, I would rather do frickin' squats or pull-ups than this stupid thing. At least those require some, like, rhythm and stuff, and it's not like, ooh, just mash your wrist. The flick is decent, but like the fact that it's accompanied by mashing is what makes it actively awful. Because this, like, the gain is hampered. So the first one I flick once it gets in the red because it's slow enough. These are a lot harder on the PS4. Running at 30 makes this like really difficult. Notice the zone's smaller here. This one I flick at the big mark before. I don't know why I was pointing at the screen like that. The big mark before red. And then the next one I have to count. I'm gonna miss. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh, I trust. So, a lot of us do a 1, 2, 3, 4 count there as a mnemonic. Or, well, not a mnemonic, but like an audio cue. We create it ourselves. The problem is you need to find a rhythm after that 4, and you need to do it. I mean, obviously, yeah, right? You gotta do it, right? Just do it. The problem is, if you hesitate for a second or think about it too much, you end up putting yourself in a really shit position, honestly. So we're just gonna disorder this guy, fire a somersault. Sure, everything, just burn it all. Fire a... Yeah, that was really weird, but whatever. They died. That's all I need. So we're going to Aurora too, because I want a little bit of extra damage on Turtle Boy. Somersault, get me out of here. There you go. If the Somersault whiffed, I was just going to cast Fire with Cloud. Somersault. Fire. So yeah... Normally, I take care of the turtles that are jumping out. I just now realized that, like, I should take care of the one next to the ladder. you know, since he's sitting there anyway. So that gets Tifa over there and delays my casts until the other turtles are killable. Where am I at this? 30-30? Okay. Okay.
This is the train graveyard, all right?
Yep. That's a dream pace for me. I think you can push this below 230, but I really don't know. Personally, my current skill level, I can't push it below 2030. I think I've seen a 29 once, and that was like a godlike pace for me. It definitely could go, I think it can go lower. Because right now time's at 440. Or sub 440. And I believe that run doesn't use Synergy at all, which is a lot of time to be left on the table. Synergy takes a lot of learning and manipulation, and if you have any interest in doing both PS4 and PS5, it's probably actively in your best interest to not use Synergy. But honestly, I would treat the PS4 and the PS5 version as two completely different games. There's a reason they're separated on the leaderboard, and the 40 to 50 minutes of loading is not the only reason that it's like that. So we're just gonna arrow these guys and push on through. I could fire these, you know, if I had fire on my... Are you kidding me? Wow, that's uncommon. That is very uncommon. I get pushed back twice like that.
Did you guys hear it too?
Why would there be kids?
The upswing to using arrow over fire in this segment is mainly a lot less likelihood of fire tagging some sort of environmental object and just losing the magnified spells. The air and lightning not needing line of sight is very strong in some scenarios. There are some bosses that can clip inside of things and screw you over either way. Ghoul is one of them, can clip inside all of the furniture and stuff. And like the only thing that'll hit through that is, I'm assuming, elixirs and stuff and the cure spells. Everything else will whiff or bounce off the desks. But for the most part, wind is nice because it doesn't require the line of sight. Fire. So right here, we gotta wait for both of them to go up the ladder. So I should have been pushing, but that's close enough. This is another fight where wind is gonna kind of rear its head as good as it is. So what I'm gonna do here is trigger a Synergy on that one on purpose. That is not what I wanted. Okay, I want arrow. What am I completely miss input every one of those. Nice somersault, idiot. Okay, if I hadn't have had like a meltdown there and hit the wrong button like 16 times, I would have arrowed the one right in front of me that I left alive instead of somersaulting him. And then Arrow would have hit the other two that spawned behind the train. So I wouldn't have needed Aerith to run back and hit them with that spell. Sometimes you kind of get in your own head. It's very easy to accidentally do that. We got a couple of MP crates coming up here, so our MP is going to go back up. There's actually some bugs in here. Not just ghosts, but bugs. That we're going to take advantage of to basically get free kills on the enemies very quickly and save MP. The rooms with the ghosts are kind of weird because of the scared animation the girls play. So it's going to get us free kills. This one right here, we could Kiriga, but I found it's just as fast to do this. Yep. And it doesn't cost me any MP, so I'm happy with that. Arrow once, twice, and then we're going to try and get Tifa all the way over here. Alright, so the whole point is to try and get them as far across the map as possible and save a little bit of time here. Aerith's in the good spot, Tifa's in the good spot, there we go. Normally you'd need to heal everyone up if you're going to use Kiriga on the ghosts so that it will auto-target the ghosts instead of your party. I mean, if you were playing any other category, you could use items. New Game Plus is item blocked, so even though I have like 30, 40 elixirs, I can't one-shot any of this stuff. I have to do it the dumb way. So yeah, Ghoul is probably one of the worst bosses in the game. Because of that. I don't know if you have to put him in Magic Week to use items, but for hard, this boss sucks. Ghoul has two phases, where it's weak to physical or weak to magic. what we're trying to do is shift him over to magic weakness as soon as possible, as safely as possible, so that we can just Curiga him with Aerith and move on with our life. I'm gonna do a kind of a jank fight. There's a ton of different ways to deal with it. There's nothing that's like 100%. Ghoul's always been a 90-95% hit rate. The boss can just screw you sometimes. You can get hit by furniture when you don't want to. The fights where you want to get hit by furniture and counterattack, you're not going to get hit. You know, some of the fights you want to take damage to build limit, you're not getting squat. It's really obnoxious, honestly. So I'm going to use SD to deal with it. But yeah. Very, very well programmed. Look at our MP. There you go. 101 back to 220. 122. I think there's a fail-safe in the game. If it detects an animation hasn't played and a spell hasn't been properly cast, it refunds you the MP just in case. I've actually run into this normally with a Cure spell sometimes, where I've gotten too far ahead of a character and the Cure never made contact, so it refunded the MP. I'm thinking that's what happened there. So here we can actually gain MP back. Not just from the crates, but keep a look at our MP and it'll go up again. Because it thinks Synergy charged 4 MP. It did not. Because Synergy has been fixed in this, so it's free. Well, not fixed. Buffed to the moon. Synergy is probably stronger than Limits, to be honest, in some scenarios. It's actually dog shit in Ghoul, though. For whatever reason, it's broken in Ghoul, and she'll never try and Synergize. So we're going to go to Iron Blade here, and then ATB boost for Magic Up. Alright, so this is specifically for Ghoul. I need Self-Destruct, and I gave myself a Magic Up over ATB boost to make my Self-Destruct give me a limit consistently. We're going to fire off Tifa's limit at the start to get the damage there, to push Ghoul into Magic Weak, and then we're going to Self-Destruct in Curiga. The Self-Destruct really isn't needed to deal damage as much as it is to get Cloud a limit and reheal his HP without getting completely destroyed. Okay, and we're going to go into Self-Destruct here, tag once with Aerith and Curiga. So if you do that right, you can end up gaining ATB, firing off her attacks before the Curiga. It's the same thing as buffering inputs when ice is exploding. You can build Aerith's ATB back up, but it's just so much easier and safer to have boost on her. Since I gotta give Magic Up to Cloud anyway, I can get around using Magic Up on Cloud, but it's awful, because I gotta take a hit, and it's not super consistent. Okay, I guess we're gonna go this way. So we're gonna move closer to the boss so we don't get slapped by anything stupid. If you're this close to the wall, most of the time, any furniture that gets flung your direction will hit the wall instead. If you stand close to where Cloud was, one of the pieces of furniture will fall on you. Also, if you're having MP issues, that crate right there can be respawned immediately. If you enter Ghoul and then like reset, all the MP crates will respawn, so you can go get all of them if you really want to. Not necessarily something that you should need this early in the game, but sometimes if you're not 100% confident in your shortcuts, or you're still kind of like learning and changing things and you end up using the wrong attack, it can make up for accidentally casting a tier 2 or tier 3 spell in a bad spot, you know, and help you recover that 13 to, or like, I think it's like 10 or 11 to 21 to 22 MP wasted. Yeah, tier 1 spells are 4, tier 2 are 10, and tier 3 are 21. And lightning is the only one that's different. It costs an additional one, so it's 5, 11, and 22. That can be reduced in some cases. Certain weapons reduce cost by 20%. So you do have that. Mithril Blade does that. I believe Mithril Claws does that. I'm not sure what else. Silver Staff does, so we're just not going to have that because Aerith's magic is just too high for that to be a problem. So we're going to Aeroga here to try and one-shot everything and not get call to arms. Somersault. Okay. Good. So that leaves me access to Disorder. That's fine. So we're going to Aeroga, rather. Okay, it's just order. I could have just disordered twice in that scenario. I usually have my... change my shortcuts, but since I only SD once now, and I don't do it a bunch in this chapter, it made no sense to put SD on as a shortcut and disrupt the flow of things. It's just quicker to go into the tactical menu and do the same exact menu that I would have done outside of combat during combat. Same thing with the limit. Limits are exceedingly easy to toggle anyway. Open tactical up, XX, done. There's something we refer to as like a fifth shortcut that affects some of the characters. Barrett, unfortunately, not so much because it doesn't really have a very good use. His top command is Steel Skin, so if we just mash X on him, he just gets Steel Skin, which is not super helpful in most scenarios.
Why am I not surprised?
Cloud has Braver, which does a 400 base attack value for single targets, so it can hit pretty hard. Can be very useful in some circumstances. Tifa is Unbridled Strength, so we can boost her chi, which will adversely affect her combo. So it can increase her regular attack potential and give her some very strong triangle techniques. And for air, it's 500. Oh, baby! So we're going to disorder this dude in ATB boost. The disorder was specifically to trigger fire, arrow, and era. That should kill. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Okay. Oh, good. He's actually in the map. Never mind. It's 500. So yeah. The triple slash, with its damage penalty on hitting the same target multiple times, would do a little bit under 300 base. But Braver doing 500 now is extremely cool. So we're going to put Buster Sword back on, speaking of Braver, and do some menuing. Nope. We're going to go down to Wind, and then I believe I want Magic up for this. Wind for this. This, I need Subversion for this. So we'll give her Magic up back. And then I believe it's Fire for Ice. Yes, and Skill Master for this. Alright, so we're going to do a little bit of a setup here. Eriga, and I believe I want Blade Burst. Blade Burst will help in the... whatever, we're not going to bother with her. Soul Drain, Blizzara, and then Erra, because I can take it off, and Arcane Ward. So we're going to do a lot of jinkity-jankity. It's going to look really crazy hard, and it actually is, in my opinion. The inputs in this fight are pretty tight. And a couple of misinputs can throw this fight pretty hard. Like, accidentally inputting a command with Tifa early on can screw you over pretty bad. But for the most part, we should be fine. Aerith Arcane Ward. Berserk. We're going to uppercut. Alright, so I wanted to uppercut to fill out her ATB there. I need 2 for Breach. I need Aerith to have 2 so that I can speed up both of these phases. We're going to roll Cloud forward, and we're going to Breach this jerk. I guess we're going to... I need to... Eriga. Switch over to Aerith. I kind of screwed that up. I did a lot of extra character swapping, but whatever. So we're going to Blizzara here. It does seem like a very insane proposition because he's trying to hit us with his wind ability. Blizzard is going to fire off quickly enough that I can get out of the way here without much of an issue. So we're just going to hop off to the side here, stay a little bit wide so we don't get hit by the crate, not do the wrong thing. Alright, and now we are going to move on to the next area. The Whisper fight up here really sucks. I've had a lot of issues with it. It can be pretty frustrating, so I'm just going to go for a Blizzard strat. So we'll see what happens. I've had this fight kind of fight me pretty hard. I'm going to use Blade Burst to pressure one of the Whispers and Synergy to Blizzard it, so it gets staggered and killed, and then we're going to go all in on the big boy. So, bump, bump, bump. And Disorder. Okay. I need to just move Blizzara onto the Enigmatic Boy. Blizzara. Star Shower. Into Somersault. Soul Drain. That should kill. Alright. So, Somersault would have been enough. I've had that fight kind of fight me pretty hard, so I've been playing a little bit safer. Wait, why does she have Cure? I'm very confused as to why Tifa has Cure, but okay. So we got a pretty thick menu here, so I'm going to have to Fire, binding, assist, assist. Alright, I have no idea what the menu is at this point, but mithril, nope. Binding, no. This needs to be fire, I believe. Binding for magnify, brain. Magic up for warding, magic up for this, assist for that. ATB boost, ATB boot. Oh, whoa, okay, calm down there, buddy. MP absorb for synergy, I believe. Correct. Wind for lightning, which should be this one, and lightning for first strike. All right. Now we're going into Fire Mag, Fira, and Fire Gun Mag. Not the best spell setup, but it'll work. We're going to go for Stop here. I could have alternatively added this on at Eligor, just in case I messed up the final phase. Eligor is vulnerable to Stop. So if you're learning this game, I'd say one of the things, if you're going to learn this, learn the other alternative weaknesses of enemies. Are they weak to sleep? Are they weak to Stop? Can they be slowed? Can they be silenced? Is there something I can do to put myself in a beneficial position? Okay, so I cast Fire by accident, but that's fine, because I was able to get the attack off at the right time. You gotta be careful here with Grenader. He can ruin your day with grenades. The damage isn't too worrisome because I have healing on Tifa. Cloud's HP does need to be low. Well, it doesn't necessarily right now. I am going to be using self-destruct again later. Fortunately, found a setup where we can get away with doing it with Iron Blade instead of needing to do it on Mithril Saber. So it gave me a lot more dynamic route options to start with. I just will ATB right off the bat. That's actually really bad ATB. Now we just keep on moving. I think this fight waits for that other guy to be dead. So it really looks sus that I might actually like hit the upright there, the pillar. It's not that uncommon. Okay. The Fire Magnify usually double hits, but the troopers were taking it slow today. Either that or I got it off too soon. Either way, you can just rush down, start spamming attack as soon as you get the fire off, and you should hit hard enough to kill. Wind Elemental's pretty decent here if you're doing the other route, because Rude's weak to it, and the Flying Dinguses are weak to wind too. So it is not a bad proposition to go for Fire Magnify and Wind Elemental. But I've tweaked my route now, so I double down on Fire at this point, instead of expanding into Lightning and Wind, because I don't really use that until chapters 15 and 16. Most of these chapters I just spam fire spells like a Unga Bunga Goober. But with MP Absorb attached to fire as well, as long as Magnify actually magnifies the spell and hits additional things, I'm going to recover my MP. So, for now, that's not the case. We're on Fire, Magnify, and Fire Elemental. Fire Elemental isn't necessarily beneficial in this case. MP Absorb would be more beneficial, but I don't run out of MP because I have an MP up, so it really doesn't matter. It does impact what I can kill with a magnified spell or a lower tiered like fire spell, which could save a little bit of time. The problem that cropped up was taking Elemental off was an issue, because it would remove it from Cloud's other presets. So some people don't put the second Elemental on at all. Ooh, that's good boost. If you see those two coming out, that's a pretty good boost. You could sometimes get ahead of them, but it's not super consistent. This is actually pretty good. I've had some really bad ones in the recent history, so that's nice. That was some good time saves. So I'm standing up and doing a little bit of stretching. Got some bad back, which leaves us some nerve pain in the legs. So I gotta unpressure them if I can every once in a while. Can't really sit down for 5 hours like a goob, like I'd like to. But this setup with Iron Blade simplifies things quite significantly, so I don't need to mess up my materia equipment at the top floor to facilitate a Reno and Rude fight. It lets me just throw on Iron Blade and do a little bit of tweaking to my shortcuts. Or at least I would normally need to do a little bit of tweaking to my shortcuts, but now I do all my stuff before. So it's no problem. I'm just going to SD through the menu, so it's fine. The problem with SDing through the menu does kind of suck because you have to wait until Reno's targetable, because the game won't just let you tactical menu things into the wind. But this is the last time I'll use self-destruct for quite a while. Cloud's going to be in caster mode, so I got to deal with it. So we can get some good movement tech going on here. I'm going to try and warp Cloud up a few floors. I need to roll back to delay his progression to the point where he's in one of the stairwells here, so that he always gets a warp here. There's a lot of MP ups around here, so you can get a ton of MP back, honestly. Like that, there's crates right there also have MP up. So Cloud could be max MP right now. The reason it doesn't matter to me is this next fight has 2 shield troopers, and the way I deal with them is fire and magnify. They're gonna die to it anyway. I might be able to get away with fire magnify, I guess, but I have no idea. So yeah, we're gonna ATB boost Cloud here right off the bat, just to be careful with his ATB and not waste a ton of time, not waste a ton of HP taking hits from the helicopter. Because we do have to be on the shitty armlet, so we only have 9 and 9 for our defensive stat. So taking bullets from the helicopter here is pretty rough on our HP total. So I'd rather not. It will make it so I have to kill the guy that jumps out of the helicopter with Tifa. But Tifa's in a really good position right now. She normally will have either the limit or one bar. Oh shit, I did forget something actually. I gotta upgrade Cloud's limit. I almost forgot that. Cross Slash is not enough to take care of Reno. So we're just gonna wait. Not optimal, but it kills. So I'll deal with the limit right after this. I'm gonna ATB boost immediately to set this up. And I'm gonna use her limit to juggle this guy, so he won't die, but he won't dodge my spells. And then that'll let me use him as a center post to magnify Firaga to one-shot the 2 helitroopers as they come in. Those helitroopers, the ones that spawn from the door in Chapter 4, in the first wave in the Annex fight, and the dogs in Hojo's lab can all spawn early. So that's something you need to keep in mind, and it can sometimes really screw stuff up. So yeah, we only need Blade Burst on Cloud. The fire spells and stuff are kind of a pain in the butt, but I don't really want to mess around with any of my shortcuts. We should have Dolphin Flurry, we should have Stop. You don't need Stop for this fight, it just makes your life easier in my opinion. I have Time on Tifa because I used to use Haste in some scenarios. Time is getting less and less useful. Probably could be cut for other stuff, but there's no reason to not use it if I, smoke them if you got them. It'll set up a skill master loop here anyway. That makes this fight much more, ooh, nice ATB though. Cloud this, Cloud, well, True Strike twice because I have more than enough ATB here. I would normally Star Shower that. Time, Star Shower, True Strike, triggers a skill master, she's got a lot more ATB. But because Cloud had enough ATB to Blade Burst twice immediately, I just said screw it and Blade Burst with him instead of waiting out the Star Shower. It's a bit quicker to do that. Not triggering Skill Master there really doesn't matter. It does give me the benefit of triggering Skill Master in the final phase. So whatever. We're going to shoot a little bit here with Barrett just to get some extra damage in. Aeroga. And then I want Cloud to actually take the missile on purpose. Are you... You're actually kidding me. That's so stupid. We want to... SD.
Not looking good.
Okay, so we got one shot. That's nice. This kind of sucks. I'm going to have to tank a couple of hits here. Actually, no, I don't need to do any of that nonsense. Because I'm not trying to kill with Cloud. Tifa is going to do it. If I have any issues, I'll figure it out when I get there. Normally, you want to have both limits here. If I had Cross Slash, I still would have it right now. For some reason, Cloud managed to not get hit by the missile. The hitboxes are kind of weird. It's not usually a problem, but I do the limits with Tifa here. Hopefully I'll get EMP Triple Pulse and I'll be fine. If not, I'll just switch over to Cloud and start dealing with Reno and have him tag me a couple of times while Tifa's killing Rude. It will lose me some time here, but there's not much you can do about it. Or you could just be on Cloud and he immediately takes a shot from... Okay, limit. Alright, so I want to be on Tifa if I can, so I can get her closer to the... Dang it. I wanted to get her as close to this as possible. That's the reason I fire off with her first, instead of with Cloud. to try and avoid that. I guess if I miss tanking the missile, I can just let the flash strike do its business, huh? That's fine. Interesting. So now we go into setting things up for later. We're gonna put Chain Bangle back on for the time being because I'm sick of Cloud getting smoked. MP Absorb, Elemental to here, warding on Aerith for time. That's not exactly the best way to do that. Fire for that. And then Cloud stays on these things. We'll remove, remove that. Keep him on Blade Burst. We want Fire God for the next thing, and we're gonna set Barret up for the Underground Lab here. What am I doing? Ooh, my brain. Blizzard. I know it looks like I've got a lot of investment on ice there, and there's a reason. Most everything in the Underground Lab is weak to ice. The few flying things that don't really have enough strength to survive it. The one mech in there is going to get roasted by Dolphin Flurry. But yeah, Blizzard is basically what I need for the boss fight, and I want all the variations of it for damage in certain spots and MP throttling. So, for the most part, yeah, we're good. I'd say an okay run. My previous PB round, that was like a 450, gets here around 3 hours, gets done with the menu around 3. A really good run, at least for me right now, gets to Aerith's house at around 3, so I have no idea what my pace is. According to my record time, it looks good, but I'm trying to keep myself as divorced from it as possible. So I don't really focus on having a good pace. I focus on having a good run, rather. You know what I mean? Focus on playing well rather than, oh no, I messed up one boss and reset it twice. Now I want to kill the run. So going into the next area, Cloud's going to be nuking everything. And he's going to be nuking a lot more efficiently now because I have MP Absorb on. MP Absorb isn't so much for Chapter 13 as it is for 14 because of the sewers having a lot of buffed monsters, and these sunglasses are for a reason, trust me. The frickin' the Underground Laboratory is a flash bang simulator, so if you have any issues with bright and flashing lights, you might want to dip out for the next 10-ish minutes. You should be okay on the highway. I'll warn again once we get closer to the Underground Laboratory, but yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming they must have turned the brightness up for the HDR for 4K and forgot to like have a different setting for, you know, not 4K. Because playing this game at 30 frames is like, it hurts physically. Once you get used to 60 frames on the PS5 version, it visually is like jarring to watch the PS4 version. It feels like everything's running in slow-mo, honestly. I could probably get a pretty good time on the PS4 if I went back. Just because of the pace everything moves at. I would have to change a couple of my habits though. Like using Synergy, I'd have to re-gear my brain to kill instead of tap it for a Synergy trigger. And I might have to retool my MP route a little bit. But for the most part, I should be fine. Yeah, I probably would have to change some of my shortcuts too, for some of the things. I cannot believe that I got that frickin' Ascension off of the Flash Step. That's interesting to know that that's a thing that can happen. So yeah, I usually start that phase with Tifa, because Star Shower or Dolphin Flurry is enough to kill them both. Other runners will just go for Wind Elemental Ascension, and that should kill both as well, and use Dolphin Flurry as the backup. But the problem is Reno can move in some really erratic ways, and if you know, with that setup, Reno was closer to the console than where I started attacking at. But he can very easily get very far away from the console, which loses you a ton of time because Tifa's got to run over there after she kills. So I found it's better the other way. Use Tifa to kill and then Cloud as a backup. You can actually trigger those plate drops if you move in the right way when you're killing with Tifa. I haven't figured out how to do it consistently, but it is something I've done a couple of times because Cloud's usually free to move around while she's just spamming out Dolphin Flurry damage off of the Star Shower. The reason Star Shower is so super important is actually because it buffs the next move by 70%. Probably, like, completely glazed over that the last 3 hours. But yeah, Götterdämmerung's major downside is you lose out on Fury Ring, which gives you Berserk. That 30% buff and 30% damage increase on Taken. The self-damage is usually not a buff unless you're abusing self-destruct or are trying to actively gain a limit in a fight. Other than that, Berserk, just like 30% damage is insanely strong. The two contenders for using Götterdämmerung are usually Barret, or not Barret, but Tifa and then Cloud. Because Cloud in his Punisher stance, if you hold square, he does a down stab, which does a nice chunk of damage, by the way. But it also inflicts a short-term Berserk. So if you limit right out of that, you can get a lot of damage from him, too, and not have to worry about losing out on Berserk. So we're starting Cloud here for this segment instead of Tifa. Not because Tifa's movement isn't really, like, not going to save me time. It's more so because I'm sick and tired of Cloud rolling forward and getting murder flies by the enemies. So I'll probably have to... Okay. Yeah, so I turned around and True Strike so Barret would synergy. If I had done it any later, that Gorger would have gotten around the corner and Fire totally would have missed. It's the same principle. You can use what I call empty commands to trigger synergy at a distance. True Strike is one of the best ones for Tifa because it's so quick. True Strike is like kind of a polarizing command in a sense. It's really good at buffing the multiplier of a staggered enemy. So when an enemy gets staggered, they normally take a 160% buff, and some of her attacks will increase that number. That's what True Strike is used for, but its base damage is pretty low. For a lot of her moves, they have very good... God darn it! There's nothing I could have done about that. Sometimes you end up fleeing right before you get in the next fight. So it's annoying when it happens, but it's not a big problem. It's just more of a annoying thing that can happen. So we're gonna Summer Dolphin Flurry that guy. We're gonna fire a U. To be boost just in case. Really? Fire a... I'm surprised he didn't die to that, but whatever. Happens sometimes. You know what it was, is the Smogger and Sweeper are usually closer together, so they get double hit by the fires. The reason being on Cloud here is a little bit better is he won't roll before inputs, but it also gives you less time to parry, so you're going to lose out on movement, but you're going to increase your consistency. Oh, I'm very lucky those fires didn't whiff. So we're going to fire it here as well. Okay. ATB boost. Fire Cloud fire again. Cloud fire again. I messed that up big time. I'm very lucky that I got away with that. I cast with Barret twice instead of Cloud. It's it can be a very big struggle to remember to do your shortcuts properly. So we're gonna fire these guys, try and group them together. But Cloud with full MP is usually enough. Because he's got a multi-hit on that previous one, his MP is usually high. We're gonna cure Tifa. I'm gonna cure Barret too, just... No, yes. Barret is on EKG now, so he gets Bloodsucker kills. How much HP is he short? Oh, that is a lot. I'm really not safe. I'm not okay with that. I didn't realize that was a thing that could happen. Well, there you go. So I also need to do a bit of menuing real quick. This for this, first strike, magic up, and then we're gonna dump wind out for ice. And that should do everything, yeah. Okay. So now Barret's set up for the lab. There's a couple of different ways you can handle the lab, but for the most part, you 100%, you can use Catastrophe. It is consistent, but it's not fast. Every fight is 16 seconds if you do it that way. So, I really wouldn't suggest it. I wouldn't even suggest putting Götterdämmerung on as a backup, honestly. Because it will hamper Barret's damage significantly. You're better off just Götterdämmerung Tifa and doing it that way. A large portion of 12, 13, 14, and to some extent 15, have a much better route with Tifa using Götterdämmerung than Barret. Barret's limit is strong. It does have a good AoE, but it can whiff, and it's very, very slow. It works. It does its job sometimes. If you try and fire it off willy-nilly, you're gonna end up hitting the air sometimes, and you're just gonna watch Barrett spin around in circles and be like, "What did I do to deserve this?" You bought this game. That's what you did to deserve this. So, once again, flashing warning. You know, if you got any issues with flashing lights, you gotta dip for the next 5-10 minutes. Unfortunately, there's only a few. Either that, or I'd say get some sunglasses, something to just decrease the intensity. There's nothing I can do about it. The brightness is automatically at 0, and it's still this bad. I'm not quite sure what happened. Some of the things got tested, but other things most definitely just got done and not looked at or even considered. I think it's, I remember hearing the term known shippable. It's a bug, it's known, and it can be shipped with that and fixed later. Unfortunately, they haven't fixed any of it. There's only one skip, so I mean, a patch probably wouldn't be negative at this point. This is basically a patched version of the original game, a very heavily patched version. This is much closer to a 2.0 than a 1.0. I'd definitely say the first one was like a 1.0 at best. There was a lot of oversights and mechanics that made things really difficult. Flying enemies being weak to wind and wind being god-awful was a really bad oversight. Thankfully, they fixed it so wind is super strong now and sticks to its target rather than just spawning in midair like wind or ice. But the difference is ice pressures its enemy and kind of puts them in a hit stun state, so they'll stay inside ice most of the time. Wind, like, never, ever activates that properly. So most of the time you'll cast it on a flying enemy. In the PS4 version, they'll just fly right out. In this version, though, wind sticks to its target. That's why I use it so much. It's pretty strong, actually. And on flying enemies, it will trigger the ATB stagger very well, just like the other stuff will. So I can... this is exactly why I healed, because sometimes you just get a bad pattern there. That's not really a super big worry, but whatever. I'm going to focus shot the bugs here, because I want to save the MP. Oh my, that's really... focus shot. Please don't hit the rocks. Sometimes these rocks can block focus shot. I could have also used Blizzara there. I wanted to save the MP for the sweeper fight. I also want to save the MP just in case this fight goes stupid. The Blizzara... it's... unfortunately, you can't use steel pincers in here because of the way that it... Okay, that's interesting. That's not interesting anymore. Okay, so that's actually perfect. The dogs landing right next to each other is fantastic because they'll get double hit by the Blizzara. You could YOLO a single target Blizzara there. I really wouldn't suggest it though. I've messed with it and it's kind of janky. So we're gonna Blizzara here. It's gonna look like, why would you do that? It's because the massive hitbox should make sure the bugs are dead. And then stupid crap like that happens and you're like, well, I'm gonna have to eat crow. Basically, overcharge the dogs is enough to pressure them, which will make it so you can ice them. The dogs like have a good chance of dodging ice spells, so it's something you need to keep in mind. Some of these fights you could probably just overcharge if you had Elemental, but I've gone for Ice Magnify and Fire Synergy, so I don't need to rejigger my equipment for the sewer, or not anything more extensive than I already have. Okay. So you could go for the, targeting the bugs first. The reason I blizzard those Gorgers instead of just, like, Overcharge, Overcharge has failed to kill sometimes, and I've got Feasted. And when you're solo and Feasted, you're just, like, you reach max depression immediately, and you're just like, I hate everything. Why do I speedrun this game? So we're gonna Blizzard the bugs here, and go for a one-shot, hopefully. Of course, the rat could just do that to you. Yeah, that's very interesting. This is the reason I do the Blizzard there, because it, you know, lets me run full speed here instead of, like, walk for half of that. Barrett's movement speed is horrendously slow, so the sooner I can get him out of battle, the better. Fortunately, I only need one more spell. I normally want around 72 MP going into Failed Experiment, and I've gamed my MP just right so that I'm good. Sometimes you need a little bit more, sometimes you need a little bit less. If you're using Blizzard Magnify and Blizzard Magnify interchangeably, you can, you know, I'm gonna run this out, it doesn't matter. I would normally overcharge, but Barrett, is this gonna activate weird? I could have got there much faster with Tifa, but honestly, it takes forever to flee anyway. So no matter what you do, that one kind of sucks. So we're going to kind of try and position this so Barret spawns right next to the ladder. Oh, oh. Alright, so I'm going to Blizzara here. Magnify specifically to take care of these idiots plus the... Dolphin Flurry. Okay, never mind. We're gonna, yay, overcharge. Okay, Tifa, Star Shower. And then I'm going to Focus Shot. Nice. Yeah. That's my fault. 100% my fault. You really should just Star Shower, Dolphin Flurry that thing. I took a lot of risks with that fight, and a lot of them, and it ended up, every risk did not pay off properly. I should have just cast an additional Blizzard or something rather than, Focus Shot. The best way to do that is to just Star Shower into Dolphin Flurry. You shouldn't need any more flash protection at this point. There will be one quick one right after the boss, but it shouldn't be too bad. Unbridled Strength, Blizzara. So we're gonna Blizzard these guys so that I can cull the herd a bit. And now that Tifa's on Omni Strike, we're gonna kind of... Okay. So I want Tifa over here so that these guys on the upper ledge don't run away. Now Tifa's got more than enough ATB that I'm in a really happy spot. We're gonna Fire overcharge this guy. Blizzard these guys. What do we got left here? I guess I'll Blizzard that guy.
This is ridiculous.
I could have gone for Blizzara, but there's really no reason. I gotta be careful here. I want to poke... Could you go up that? I want to poke the boss with Omni Strike and then parry out of the way so I don't take a ton of damage. Unfortunately, I should have Blizzarded with Barret so I had enough HEB. It's fine, though. I'm gonna have to do this in a really weird way. I normally try and fire off a Blizzard at the beginning to supplement damage, but it's not gonna happen. Okay, that's not right. That's incorrect, too. Okay. I know this is really weird, but it was way better doing that. I hate that. I forgot that, or I didn't forget. I didn't think about it for a split second and fired off that without really thinking about it. So we're just gonna Catastrophe here. And then we're gonna wait a bit. Star Shower. Star Shower into Dolphin Flurry will do enough damage here. Okay. The Blizzard wasn't necessary, but whatever. Normally, a Blizzard at the beginning plus Star Shower, Dolphin Flurry, and Catastrophe is enough. Unfortunately, I overplayed my hand with my ATB management and tried to overcharge to get ATB before that phase, instead of saving it for after the Catastrophe to get another Blizzard out. So I kind of put myself in a bad position. It really didn't matter anyway. With that setup, I pretty much had to Star Shower twice to make sure the kill went off without having to do a bunch of other dumb stuff. Double Star Shower is basically the best way to do it, because the first Star Shower buffs the second one by 70%, and all of Star Shower hitting is the highest damage output. So I believe it's Elemental for... yeah. Switch these back. And then we want to switch out Ice for Wind, I believe, which is this one, and then HP up for Warden. Alright, let me... everything should be good here. Nope. No. Cigar, Fire Goodbye. We want Erga and a few chapters that'll be useful. We want Firaga and Max Fury will be used for a to hopefully skip Enrage on Abzu. We saw Enrage on Abzu 1 because I played the fight pretty sketchy. I got through it quick, but I didn't do it right. If you do the fight correctly, Star Shower will land on Abzu 1. I ended up having to make up a pretty significant chunk of damage by using Fire-Uz instead of Fire-A. or Fire, so tier 2 instead of tier 1 fires. The reason that Synergy is so strong with Aerith is, I guess I kind of glazed over this at the time, but the interaction with Synergy and Arcane Ward is very powerful. So normally when you're in an Arcane Ward, you cast a spell. The spell is duplicated, but at half power, half MP cost, and half stagger value. But it costs no ATB, as long as you're on the Arcane Ward. The interaction with Synergy is that Synergy will always cast a spell in response to a command. If that caster that has Synergy equipped is casting in response to, say, something like a physical attack, disorder, focus shot, blade burst, anything like that that single hits or does a single command, she will cast 2 spells and it will, follow that same purview. The only difference is the second arcane duplicate that's at half power and stuff will cost 1 MP every time. So that's why the MP Absorb was needed, to keep her MP up, so that she was hitting with an additional 20% damage buff because she was at full MP the entire time. It has an even more insane interaction, though, with the Arcane Ward if you're responding to a caster that is on the ward itself. So if Cloud is, say, in Hell House, for an example, on the Arcane Ward casting Bio, and he casts it twice, she responds with 4 spells. 1 for each of the initial casts, and then an Arcane duplication for each of those casts. So it's roughly equivalent to the strength of 3 spells in that scenario. 3 tier 1 spells. And Aerith's magic is so insanely high that that is a humongous amount of damage. Insanely high amount of damage. That's why Abzu gets ripped to shreds so easily, and same with Hell House when he drops into Stagger. There was an older setup where you could use SD, plus a couple of Firas to end the phase real quick. But, not having to worry about your MP at all just makes it, so much better. So, unfortunately, I'm not going to use that very much in the end game because it's very dicey to do that stuff. So we're just going to head on into the sewer and focus on the party we have right now. But Synergy is really, really busted and probably stronger than Limits in that, with that in mind. 30. Sub 37. 1745, huh? That's interesting. 7 to 8. 8 to 9. And I'm just doing this out loud to make sure I'm not my brain is not operating on a weird wavelength. So. So that's like 3 to 4 minutes ahead of my normal goalpost for here, 2021. So we're gonna fire this guy, and then I'm gonna try and stagger him before that fire hits, so it kills. Alternatively, you could just fire off a limit with Tifa, but that's probably the quickest way to deal with that fight, because you gotta get up the ladder. So we're gonna be doing a lot of slip sliding here with Tifa. This is probably like one of the more extensive escape sequences with her, parry sequences. There are a few in this sewer where she can get a lot of distance away. What we're hoping for is that the Cloud and Barret don't take a ton of damage while I'm doing this, but this saves a ton of time for the most part. Oh no, Cloud took a big hit there at the end. Well, we're gonna have to deal with it. So the downside here is like we really can't do much about it at this point. So we're gonna peel back off to the side with Fyra to make sure that this hits. I'm actually rolling on purpose because if you get too close to the crabs and hit them with an attack, they'll definitely screw you over. So I'm gonna just use a Fyra Magnify here over a triple slash. True Strike. Okay. So I could heal any time here, but I don't want to at this point. The issue is a lot of these progression points, if I'm healing, Tifa will get held back and it will delay the start of the cutscene. And she can already get pretty far behind as is, so I'm going to wait until this next hallway right before Leslie says, oh, here's the key door, and then little Mr. Abzu, Mr. frickin' Ladder Vaseline grabs it. I have a theory that the shoat we're going to kill here is the one that's been Vaselining up all the ladders. Unfortunately, he seemed to have got them all before we catch him in here. He got to every single ladder before we managed to finish him off. But fire MP is super good here because I don't need to worry about crates at all. The only time I need to grab crates is if Tifa screws up and or I need to heal a lot more than I would want to normally. I will grab a few crates because they're pretty much free. There's one after I kill these Sajins. I'll probably grab that now that I've had to cast so many heals. Unfortunately, took a ton of damage, more than I would have preferred to, but not much I can do about it. So we're just gonna fire off a blade burst here and. Okay. There we go. And then we're going to fire off a Firaga here. Okay. Love Firaga. So there we go. Unfortunately, those guys took forever to die. Normally, Firaga creates kind of like an inferno. It depends on how far apart they are. We're going to have to let Barret just hold that L for the moment. I'll deal with it later. So we're going to fire this guy on purpose because he can center us. You also notice that the magnified fire tried to hit this idiot. You'll see that often, that spells will kind of go wild and you're like, what are they doing? They're actively trying to hit something else, although they're not loaded in properly in that fight. True Strike. I would start the True Strike off with Tifa sooner, but it's pretty dangerous. Because honestly, a lot of times you can get screwed over by that. So we can use a lot of tier 3 spells here without having to think about it twice. Okie dokie. Alright. Normally they don't survive that Firaga, but I guess not. So we're heal up Barret here. This fight's kind of a make or break depending on where these idiots are. There we go. We got a good Tifa spawn, and the pincer wasn't in the hallway, so I might... Nope. Sometimes you can start, get the escape out of that much sooner. So I'll do a little bit of healing here, and we're going to go for a Firaga again. Magnified. We're going to ATB boost on purpose to make sure this hits. Okay. Close enough. Nice. I'm glad I could heal Barret for that. Alright, I don't want to heal again, actually. If I heal, I delay that cutscene. Luckily, Tifa really only needs like 21 MP going into the boss fight, so she's fine. I am going to take a little bit of damage when I'm killing this guy, unfortunately. He's not a free fight. So, you can back up the moment that camera change starts. And you can tell that they didn't really consider you to do that because this kind of stuff happens. You can see all this weirdness and him warping away. So Firaga, Star's Shower, trigger Dolphin Flurry. So I'm going to grab this crate, ATB boost, Fire. I could go for Firaga, but there's really no reason to. You're basically just assisting Dolphin Flurry and making sure it finishes off. So go on up. We want to wait for Leslie to head up first because he can get in some really weird situations if the rest of your party gets ahead of him. Can get really obnoxious, honestly. So we're gonna be spamming a ton of spells here and praying that we don't get ourselves roasty toasty nuke-de-duke-deed. For the most part, Cloud is in a very precarious position where he's most likely gonna die in Phase 3. We're gonna try and use his spells to end Phase 3 before Enrage gets off, and I have to watch that animation. Also use Fire Magnify to kind of pare down the shotes in there so that the fight despawns quicker. So we're going to use Fire Magnify a little bit here. Yeah, you got to be... This one isn't too bad, because even if they get ahead, they don't usually mess with Leslie. He gets into the door pretty quick. This can kind of happen. That's probably about the worst thing that can happen. Eating my words. Oh, they won't mess with Leslie. Immediately bonks into Leslie.
It's gonna be okay going it alone.
All right. Now let's burn. All right, so I need to bash. Why is she over here? Fire God. Overcharge. 1, 2, 3. ATB boost. Fire-a-ga. So I want a Berserk, and then we're going to switch over to Cloud here to get some ATB. Oh god, please stop. I want the ATB on Cloud, but I also don't want him to get mauled relentlessly, because I still want the Fire-a-ga in the final phase. I don't need it to kill the final phase, but I want it. So we're going to Fire-a-ga. What do we get here for a pattern? We'll go into the Star Shower True Strike version. So I went... You can do True Strike, then Star Shower, if Fire-a-ga Magnify hits too many of them. But with this setup, I needed to buff the True Strike. So, I'm going to slide on up, Uppercut, cancel it out, Star Shower, get Dolphin Flurry going, Fire-a-ga, Max Fury. So, now, Fire-a-ga should pare down some of the enemies here, and with Max Fury, we stun him out of Enrage. So we get to pare down a lot of the shotes that make this exit a lot quicker. So that fight usually takes a long time to despawn all the ads. It can be pretty awful. Specimen isn't nearly as bad. Fire, wind, we want actually fire to wind. What am I thinking? Wind, fire to E-skill. E-skill, lightning. Then I want healing for binding on Barrett's. Barrett's fire to lightning. Oh my, lightning for wind. And I believe fire to... We're going to actually turn this into... Oh boy, great. Thank you. Refocus for that. And then we're going to go into setup for the chapter. Arrow Mag. I believe I want Thundera. Arrow-ga. Arrow again. Unmagnified for the boss. We're going to arrow for that. And we're actually going to set up a Rise, since Barrett has it for next, and keep Max Fury, and then we need Arrow Rise. Well, okay. So, the reason I have that unmagnified Arrow is so I can do damage to the boss. You can probably, I don't know if it's consistent, but like you need an unmagnified arrow to stop his barrier at the beginning of Phase 3 for Valkyrie. So you gotta be a little bit careful about that. Okay.
Gotta be careful. No telling what's gonna collapse or win.
So the sewer went pretty good, and I was still about 3 minutes ahead. I think I was off earlier. I wasn't 4. I was closer to 3. That menu was a little bit slow, but everything else went pretty quickly, so I can't imagine I lost that much time. So we are going to try and get out of bounds here, and by try, I mean we will, or die trying. We're going to SD on the third fight to bring Cloud down to 1, because we don't have Reprieve on this weapon or HP Absorb with E-skill. So we want to revive with the... we want to get back up at the end of the fight with 1 HP. Because what we're going to do is kind of... we're going to get Barrett stuck behind us by lagging him out with cures. I am going to take a safety save because it's probably faster to do it through a safety save. Oh my lord, this is so bad. I messed that up so many times, it's not even funny. Oh my, that was very weird. I don't know why it... That's the first time I've ever seen the targeting start on that specific enemy, and it really messed with me, because I want to arrow magnify him, because Barrett will arrow Synergy, which is enough to kill, and the arrow magnify will hit the other two twice, and they'll die, so... we want to arrow mag. Arrow mag. Oh my gosh, these are very far apart. We want Max Fury, probably. So that's why Max Fury is still on. I unfortunately don't want Barrett to have low HP, so we're going to deal with that right now. You probably will lose some at the third class soldier fight. What I used to do, I mean, I probably will do it for fun in a marathon, but I used to throw Dolphin Flurry at the third class soldiers up here, but they're very weird and they get launched unnecessarily high. I've actually launched them so high with the limit that they've like gone off the map and landed on a platform below this fight. I don't even know, like, what the heck. So we want to ATB boost. Wait for it. Oops. SD, that should kill. So the whole point of the limit would have been that these two could have instantaneously... so we're just going to save load here. Or no, we're not going to save load, but we're going to save. If I did load out of this, it would glitch movement speed. So you want to start mashing X right about there where that light is. Hopefully Tifa will give me the push. Then once you get in here, you want to start mashing triangle. Don't wait for the input to show up. And that should get you in here. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes Tifa gives you a weird push. Basically, I'm gonna kind of halfway walk into this cylinder, then back out, and that gives me infinite staircase. Because the game doesn't detect that I, started, back down or onto a flat platform, so I keep gaining space here. The rest of this, I'm gonna have to kind of focus. It's basically just abuse of infinite staircase, and the game, not really knowing where I am, but knowing I'm in bounds, so it doesn't screw anything up. If I walk off the map, I lose infinite staircase, so I gotta be careful. Most of this is pretty straightforward, though. This is probably the biggest spot I've had the most issues with, right around here. And you have to do the walk up in this cylinder, so you don't clip to any of the map around it. I take this a little bit further than I probably need to, and go a little bit higher than I should. I wait until my party spawns here. Usually, there we go. That's my cue to back up. Because I want to make sure I don't clip to the floor down here. I'm watching the map for most of my movements while I'm gaining height, because if you walk out of bounds, you lose your infinite height gain. You could clip back in almost any spot. What we're trying to do is clip back in here, because we actually need to touch this, and then get back off of it to make the rest of the chapter activate. I'm going to grab this MP crate. No, I don't need it. It's not going to help me at all. Tifa needs 2 arrow rows? Yes, it's fine. I could grab some of these crates around here to max out MP. It would make the blast ray fight a bit quicker. But as long as I have, let's see here, 60 MP with Cloud, 64, and then around 40 with Tifa and Barret, it's fine. Surprisingly. I could put Feathered Gloves on Tifa to up her damage a little bit, so I could probably get away with Arrow instead of Arrow Ra. But I'd rather not take off Metal Knuckle if I don't need to. Yeah, I've actually written down my MP management for these back-end chapters. I need to do it for some of the earlier ones, too. So the minigame here is kaputs. That's one of the cool things about skipping. You don't have to worry about the bullets. You can actually kind of bonk on the crates a little bit. And do it in one shot. The problem is you'll most likely get caught in the stairwell. So I'm going to have Tifa kill this one. Star Shower, Dolphin Flurry. Okay, cool. And then we're going to Thunder this guy. ATB Boost. Thunder. Thunder. Okay, 86. We're good to go. And I've got plenty of time to heal on the way up. So, like I said, I need... base 40 with Cloud, 64 is enough to get extra casts in on the end phase. I really don't use those just yet. I'm not 100% used to it. So, Bango Bango Bongo. And that should kill both of them as long as they don't... There we go. Those are another set of enemies that can start up a dodge chain. We'll heal up with Barret since Tifa's needs more. Oh, yeah, well, wait, 33? Oh, because I okay, I know why it says that. Okay, so we got more than enough MP, surprisingly enough MP, to get away with all the chicanery. This fight looks like it needs a ton, but because of synergy abuse, getting extra damage out of Barret, you end up needing a surprisingly small amount. You could even game a limit on Tifa, on top of using the refocus here to build her ATB quicker. Or more so, not build her ATB, but make it less of an issue. So we're going to Eriga, switch over to Barret. Oh my gosh, Barret, this ATB is unacceptable. I'm going to have to actually switch over to Cloud here. Then I need to overcharge with Barret. That's actually really annoying. Eriga. Might as well just build this naturally and not waste my boost. Barret's ATB was insanely bad, like 0. So overcharge would not have built enough ATB. So I had to delay the first phase a little bit. Luckily, Valkyrie got in a position where I could build bar off of him, so that will make the rest of these phases a bit quicker, because I can fire off spells a bit better. So here, era. I could have let Cloud synergy here, but it's not super needed. I need to get over here real quick, and the kick, there we go, yep. That third hit usually has a long enough hitbox to tag him off the edge of the stage. Sometimes he'll come in, sometimes he won't. So we're gonna arrow with Cloud. I'm gonna come over here and start the laser as soon as possible. Not the optimal way to do things, but... And then I want to focus. So I get the stagger. True. Dolphin Flurry, Arrow. So there you go. The Dolphin Flurry isn't 100% needed, but I figured I might as well show it off. You can get it much easier if you go for... Oh, I actually didn't menu this time. Nice. I just need to magnify that for the garage. Cloud's MP is super important for the garage, but nowhere else with my strat. So we're not going to bother. We're just going to fire it all off very, very insanely. So yeah, the Dolphin Flurry is only because I tanked the laser. The problem is like the laser... the direction it shoots Valkyrie is tied to your character, not the laser's position itself. And I haven't had a chance to experiment with placing Tifa in a position where it won't push him off. Because that laser can push him off of the platform so he won't be staggered. He'll just hit max pressure and then get back up. It's kind of obnoxious, but there's not much I can do about it. So we're just going to ATB boost right off the bat, assuming we got... I don't need that lock on. That was really bad of me. So we're going to Erga these guys. What do we got here? We're going to have to Arrow probably. Arrow is a little bit faster because it would finish those guys off. What? That was a really delayed combat exit. Threw me off, actually. I'll ATB boost even though I don't need to. Or not. Okay, that's really obnoxious. That's super obnoxious, actually. I don't even... Barret overcharge. Okay, Tifa True Strike. That was really jank. Honestly, I've never had Cloud not stagger those two before. There's a very... Actually, no, I'm not gonna lie. There's a very slim chance that that happens, honestly. What do I got in front of me? It's really hard to tell what I'm looking at sometimes. So we want to Dolphin Flurry with Tifa on this. Yep. So sometimes those guys can screw you. I really am surprised though. Error. What? Dude, what is this game doing right now? Oh my. We're gonna Dolphin Flurry. My, this is really bad luck. Okay, everything's dead? No, it's not. That'll finish. Yeesh. That was a really jank garage. I have no idea what all that was about. Whew, that was weird. It's usually pretty consistent. What I wanted to do in that second fight was Aeroga the true elites on the other side, so they'd group up in the crates in front of where Cloud was on the opposite side. And then either True Strike them or use a limit on them. It's easier to True Strike and then parry away with Tifa by buffering the input, but it's not 100% consistent. So no, Chain Bangle to Tifa, yes. And then we want to go into Magnify, I believe. Yeah, Magnify for Elemental, this for this, I believe. Yep. And then we want to go into... I do get a little bit greedy on the way that I do the boss here. Self-destruct and triple slash. We want Kata back on. We want Stop on. No, we don't. We want Thundera instead. Arise stays. Max Fury stays. Zerk. And Star Shower. We'll actually downgrade that to Thunder. So, yeah. Cloud's MP is pretty negotiable at this point. At least with my route. I don't use Magic Cloud at all for the rest of the game. I will do a Magic E setup for Iron Blade Self-Destruct on Whispers. The first two phases can be shifted much sooner than intended. well, at least in regular gameplay, I believe the reason that this works is because there's probably a dev tool that would push the right amount of damage so the phase shift would start immediately and they would just sit there and block. But we've got a setup with self-destruct to do enough damage to cause that trigger immediately. It is quite difficult unless you know exactly what you're doing. And some bad ATB can really easily hamper how well that goes. But I've seen the fight can get down to like 9:15, 9-ish minutes. And Whispers is a really cutscene heavy fight, so and a very slow phase transition. So every second we can save is really needed, honestly. So we want to hesitate a little bit here. If we start walking immediately, we actually just get stopped and have to start up again. So there we go. So this is the last big interactable segment, thank gosh. Most of these are really annoying and very hard to like fight with, to be honest.
Hand over hand.
I find that for the most part I very much dislike these. You can either do this with camera change to change your direction or do it with your thumbstick. I really am kind of like, I usually use camera change to prevent that kind of stuff, but I found lately that my camera change is so delayed that I don't like, see, I'll show you right here, that I usually end up overshooting anyway. Luckily that one it doesn't matter, but what you can do is do this, so you get the camera change much sooner, get like a 50-50 on it, but as you can see it's kind of a pain in the ass either way. So let's see here, we're gonna pregame this a little bit, and there you go. And still overshot it. You almost have to like overshoot the camera change. Don't bother going for a square angle. So you want to like change it a little bit here and then go way over. It's I don't know. Like you could optimize the movement in here, but if I'm only going one extra rung, you know, I'll take the 5 or whatever seconds I lose to it. It's a lot better than driving myself insane when I have to see stuff like that. So that's the end of that. Now we just gotta hold forward a bunch. So yeah, Specimen is kind of obnoxious. This fight can be pretty rude, depending on whether he decides to rake right off the bat or not. The other intervening factor in the start is if the eyeballs cast a lot of fire or blizzard, and interrupt Tifa's berserk, or if they interrupt Cloud at all. I go with a disorder off the bat to trigger a Synergy Wind to shore up my damage. It's pretty greedy to go that way. You can just use a full regular combo. It's just how my muscle memory is in that fight. And if I fight my muscle memory, I'm more often than not going to put myself in an even worse position. The double disorder is definitely not needed and usually won't do you any good, so just go for a disorder and spin out. I call the phase transition when you're like hitting triangle into swapping stances. When you're swapping out of Punisher into Operator, I call that spinning out. You're flipping his sword to the side. And then like when you hold square and Cloud's doing the spin attack at the end of his regular Operator, I call that a twister or something like that, basically. It's just the easiest way for me to understand. So this is kind of stupid, but this is the best thing I could come up with. You can go for Star Shower here, but it really is annoying trying to do that, in my opinion. Could you not? Sometimes Star Shower works, sometimes it doesn't. It's really like, I'll show you right here, Star Shower. This is what happens more often than not. Excuse me? Or I could just eat Crow. Most often that last Trooper separates. The first one isn't too hard to get Star Shower to work, but the second one, it's not super consistent. Usually have to intervene with Cloud in some way, shape, or form. So yeah. So this will... I am coming up to the area where lightning trumps ice for a short period of time. There are a few things that are resistant to lightning, but they're few and far in between enough that lightning elemental is kind of an all-in. Lightning Synergy, Lightning Elemental, at the very least a Thunder spell or two.
How did you expect?
I could go with a Thunder Magnify play for Hojo's Lab. Wind Magnify is roughly the same. The difference with Wind Magnify versus Lightning Magnify is it's neutral to everything, rather than Thunder Magnify, which loses out on the failed experiments that are resistant to lightning. So, Wind does have a little bit of a bonus. It also can group the enemies in a specific way that it's really beneficial. So we're gonna heal up a little bit here. Sure, whatever. And I will be right back.
And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool! Along. The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
So yeah, we got a lot of walking and back and a book and a book and a back and a book and a book.
I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions.
Take a little bit of a stand-in break here. If you stand right next to the door, it'll trigger the cutscene for the next room immediately. So you can skip as soon as you have a chance. So I did have to take Chain Bangle back off of Cloud to get this fight to work here. I'm actually going to use a level 2 limit instead of a level 1 limit on Specimen. What I used to do was SD limit, so I self-destruct and cross-slash twice. One of the other runners showed me that, like, earlier on you can use Iron Blade on Reno and Rude to get a level 2 limit, and I was like, oh, cool. Then I realized that was applicable here as well, and he showed me a video of basically a similar thing. I do mine in a little bit more aggressive manner. I don't have too much of an issue with it. Probably loses... The aggressive manner actually probably loses me a little bit of time. But it also makes... In my opinion, it makes my damage values pretty consistent. So it's less likely Cloud gets juggled after the self-destruct. The phase just transitions. I'd rather him not be hit after he self-destructs if I can avoid it. Limits may be invincible, but that doesn't mean HP is not usable. Not valuable. The rest of the fight is... pretty clutch, pretty tight. It's not a fight you can. Specimen is not a boss you want to fudge with, honestly. The eyeballs in that fight make your life a living heck. And really, like, the only good way to deal with it is magged spells. There used to be an older strat. I don't know how many people still use it, but Wind Magnify spam in that fight was pretty large. But as you can tell, Cloud doesn't have enough MP for that nonsense anymore. He did get a little bit back from self-destruct. He'll get a little bit more here shortly, too. Because I'm actually going the sweeper fight in the... or cutter fight in the VR chamber. I'm just going to SD. SD sees a lot of use from me in these next couple of chapters. There's not a lot of... not a lot of... I don't like switching out Magnify over and over again. I do still have to switch over and Magic up. But oh, that's nice. But yeah, switching the Magic up is super important, even with SD. I used to split it in here, but it just limits damage output from Cloud and Aerith too much to really go all in on. It is a way you can deal with it. You can also Steel Pincer Barret for the lab, but I really wouldn't suggest it. The problem is, like, a lot of the enemies are just too quick for Barret to reasonably hit them more than a few times with a melee weapon. So we're just going to go easy because there's no hard setting. There's no rule against it, so that's kind of just what the accepted way of the world is. SD. Okay, I missed that one. Cool. That's nice. Tifa Star Shower.
It's on now. You're done. This won't take long.
That was so stupid. I do have a setup, and I didn't follow it at all. The quicker way probably would have been just Dolphin Flurry with Tifa. But I'm so, that's very uncommon. Yeah. That basically was a 15-second fight instead of a 4-second fight because of that major screw-up. Pretty bad. Unfortunate.
Here, once you're up there.
That's a really good showcase of how bad things can go sometimes. It's not even always the bosses. The enemy encounters can go really awful sometimes, and if you don't have a solid backup plan, or you're not firing on all cylinders the moment you miss something, yeah, you're gonna lose a lot of time to it. It's very easy to lose time in the end game because a lot of the fights won't go as planned, honestly. No matter which way you kind of deal with things, you're either gonna have a very MP-intensive route, which is gonna make your life kind of hard. Aerith has to deal with technically three bosses with her MP pool and the Hojo's Lab. Hojo's Lab does have some Shinra crates that have 10% recovery, and she does have Soul Drain, so she can recover 3% MP on each throw, or 15 if she hits a staggered enemy. Fortunately, the way I work with Jenova is I let Jenova pressure phase 3 times, so she'll cycle between Reflect, Barrier, Reflect. So she's on Reflect for the final phase, so I can just chuck a limit at it and call it a day.
No one's in here.
But the downside with that is, since she's mainly on Reflect, Aerith can't do much damage. So what we're gonna have to do is jump to Bailey. Just rolling over. Okay. Her MP management for Aerith is like, you either go all in and you breach to break the Reflect, and then spam spells that way, and just stagger her with Blizzard, and then, you know, breach again at the final phase when she puts Barrier up. Or you do it the way I do it, where it's a little bit less intuitive and a little more, definitely 100% Oongi Boongi. We're gonna spam a bunch of Focus Strikes to build up a bunch of pressure during the first, or stagger during the first pressure phase. Let her get back up for a split second, hit her with Blizzard, Star Shower, and that should be enough to set up another pressure, and then I'll let Cloud steal the stagger there, because it's very hard to get Tifa the stagger off of that one. The reason that's important is because I'm going to use Dolphin Flurry level 2 limits with Goddard Umrung in that fight, and Tifa is going to be gaining limit the entire time, but she won't trickle charge enough off of Goddard Umrung or take enough self-damage that she'll reliably get her limit without getting a stagger. That extra 350 points is very important to make sure she gets her limit by the time we get to the final phase, so I don't have to sandbag at all. So Specimen, on the other hand, I'm gonna roll up on him, I'm gonna hit him a couple of times, and then explode. If he goes to rake me, I'm gonna counter Blade Burst, and then depending on what I'm seeing from the eyeballs, I might go for additional counters to take more damage, or I'll just back up SD, or back up ATB boost, come back in once he's done swinging, and SD. The eyeballs kind of dictate the pacing of that fight for the first phase, because if you get tagged by a bunch of fires or ice, Cloud could get ripped apart real quick. That's why Barrett has a Rise shortcut, so I have a good way to back things up fairly quickly. So, heading into the lab, pretty good pace. Normally, I'd say like an average run without like a lot of routing and just a whole bunch of time poured into the game, around 4 hours would be pretty good here. Like a good, super good, like world record competitive or PB, or very, like a 4:45 or below pace, you'd need to be going into chapter 17 at around 4 hours. It's that's just the difference, right? A whole boss and 2 fights plus a couple of cutscenes. So we're gonna hopefully do this on the first try. Really depends how much I get interrupted. So we'll see. Okay, we got the rake pattern, Blade Burst. Okay, we'll just tank the hits here. SD. So Tifa, okay, that's gonna suck. So what I'm gonna have to do here is breach at the beginning, or berserk at the beginning of this phase. Kinda sucks, because I think Tifa got interrupted. Not 100% certain. So we're gonna just ascend with Cloud. Okay, actually, we're gonna just Star Shower here. That just shows you how important Berserk can be. Overcharge. No, overcharge. Alright, Tifa can use Star Shower again. That should push. Okay. Tifa is all I need for the final phase. That Breach came, or the Berserk came so late that I can limit pretty early. That's the problem. I think she got, I either didn't input it because I was reacting to the Rake, or she got hit out of it by the eyeballs. I'm not 100% certain. Dolphin Flurry. So luckily with the amount of Berserk here, this is not going to be an issue. Charge. Charge. Max Fury. Okay. So right here we're going to, I need to go with Barrett. And then we need to do the menu. Wait. Oh. Okay, I remember. God or Dummerung, yep. Then we want to put Chain Bingo back on. We want to go into Lightning Materia, which is this way. And then we want Lightning for Wind. And we want to go into Thundera, Blade Burst, and then we are good with Barrett. Okay. Yeah. Let me see here. Oops. This fight is pretty, like, stupid. I could do some really interesting shenanigans with Blade Burst, but it's not 100% consistent. So we're just gonna kaboom, kaboom, switch over. All right, which one are you gonna eject? Neither of you? Cool. Just waiting for one of them to eject. There we go. There's really, like, no good way to deal with this fight. You just gotta wait for these two idiots to eject. You could kill them before in the PS4 version without waiting for eject. Catastrophe into to hold them still into self-destruct would always kill. Unfortunately, now eject is mandatory. I don't think it's... You're probably right. I should... The problem is the muscle memory is built in for the most part, so unless I empty out that shortcut, I'll most likely use the wrong thing. It's not a bad idea, it's just another thing I have to practice. Oh, shit. Unfortunately, I don't have a save for Specimen because I just overwrote it yesterday while I was practicing the lab. Like a dum-dum, and I just remembered I needed to make a save there. That Berserk isn't too bad. The problem is, like, you have to pay attention. You could Berserk at the end of Phase 1, and it's probably... I probably could have gotten it off. I shouldn't have wasted. I shouldn't have waited, rather. I should have actually... I didn't realize Berserk was so important in Phase 2. I shouldn't have gone for the Star Shower into Berserk. I should have gone for Berserk first. That was a really stupid thing to do, too. Especially since I didn't get Rake. I basically had a free chance to cast Berserk, and I threw it away like a dummy. But whatever. It's, I think that's the first time I've played it risky without Berserk. It's 30% damage, and you gotta remember that. You gotta really respect that. Especially when everything else is so high, 30% ends up being a humongous amount of damage. The problem is, Rake comes so fast, it's really hard to react to without throwing. So we're gonna take this up.
Little ones in the pods. Where did they go?
That stinks in here. Back there.
Alright, so I'm gonna switch stances here and go on swinging in. Or you could just do that, I guess. That's cool. Get to be boosted in triples. Oh. I didn't realize the one behind me wasn't dead. Cool. I'm glad I got pinged like 3 times at the start of that. That was fun. That's not common. That's the first time. Oh shit, you know what I forgot to show off? That part where Cloud staggers forward, if you hold backwards, he walks forward anyway. I'm gonna SD anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna take enough damage for this to be a problem.
Treasure. Shinra's dark secret.
What I wouldn't give to burn it all down. But we need to get to the root.
Yeah, because Specimen took so long to shift phases, I had plenty of time. That's part of the reason why I go for, like, the Blade Burst or the Disorder. Because it helps push enough damage if Berserk gets screwed up. So you're not trying to recover Phase 1.
Test subject.
So we're going to pop open a lot of these with Cloud and Barrett. It doesn't We can't skip them with Cloud and Barret, but for whatever reason, when we're with Tifa and Aerith, we can skip at the moment. I do try and start Berserk at the start of Phase 1, but disordering into it allows the extra damage so that if what happened happens, like I either missed the input for Berserk or like Tifa doesn't have binding for some reason and I forget, or she gets knocked out of it while she's trying to cast it, I can get through Phase 1 without it. Now I know Phase 2 is no-go though, so I have to make sure the Berserk's in. So we're going to ATB boost here and just triple slash. That'll trigger Stardust Ray, but Star Shower, or the triple slash is going to do the damage. If I had stayed on Ice Elemental, yeah. I did test it your way. It definitely does work without the disorder. It's just a matter of, like, I miss the Berserk sometimes. More often, Tifa gets tagged in the back of the head by one of those eyeballs and gets interrupted. So, that's the problem.
You sure? Yes.
So hopefully this menu is right, because I did change it. I should have this memorized, so I should stop bleeding time in the menus at least.
Will this do the trick?
So we're in the back half of the game. Not even. We're in the like last 40, 45. Assuming I don't play really, really poorly. Which is something that I'm 100% capable of doing, playing very bad. Okay, so that's the one I want to Catastrophe. You, Catastrophe, Thunder, you. I know I took a while to start that fight, but Barret takes a while to trigger Catastrophe. Oh, what do we got here? So we'll Barret overcharge that guy. Okay. Thundera, ATB boost, SD. Nice! That is the first time I've seen him survive that. I'm gonna be honest.
Guess we're out. What's the plan?
If your ATB gets messed up in this fight, you can just spam Thunderas with Reckless Abandon on the Morph at the beginning. Just go Thunder, Thundera. And then dip on in with your Punisher and just Punisher counter as many of the blade spins as you can. It will do a lot of damage. It's not going to be optimal, but it will keep you in a good spot, right? So we're going to be riding EKG for the rest. I will switch to Steel Pincers for Arsenal, because we need the buff damage on Catastrophe to speed up the first phase. And I do want the little bit of extra damage that I can get out of Synergy Thunders to kind of flatten my damage curve as much as possible. So this, if you stay close and jump over this quickly, rather than hesitating, you can go full speed here. It's a little bit of a time save, pretty cool, but otherwise you have to slow down. The annoying part is trying to line up with a PHS over here, which, hey, it's a PHS. Huh. Funny that these things fit in my pocket before. Imagine. I don't know what they'll do for the next game, whether they'll actually give us party control or if they'll enforce like a specific character for each segment so they can balance around that. That's probably the best design choice, is to force one out of your 2 party members at all times and then let you select a third. So that way they can balance combat better without having to take into account like having both, you know, not having you know, Aerith or something for magic damage, or, you know, not having Yuffie, assuming she joins the party immediately for a specific fight. So you can skip those cutscenes immediately, it's nice. You can spam a ton of Thunderas on this Blast Ray here, or Blade Burst, it really doesn't matter. The only thing that's important with the way I do this setup is that I need to get a Thunder Synergy out of Barret for a little bit of extra damage, so that I'm not dealing with damage ranges. It will slow down me starting up the Catastrophe. I'm not a super big fan of it, but I couldn't figure out a workaround without just triggering the Synergy Wind Lightning here. It's kind of obnoxious, but it's whatever. Sometimes you have to deal with a little bit of slow. That was actually really bad ATB. I'm kind of annoyed by that. ATB boost.
Let's be smart.
Thunder up. Okay, I got lucky with a crit in there. That really shouldn't have worked. I got very, very lucky.
I guess.
So I'm gonna heal Cloud up here. Magnify. Well, Magnify is not going to happen anyway. The reason I'm being a little more free with their MP is because the next segment they're in will give me 3 crates of 30% MP recovery, so basically a refill, as long as I'm not spamming too much magic. Cloud's MP doesn't really matter for the next couple of... Well, it doesn't matter for any of the bosses. I could do something for him, but I really don't need to. Let me see here. Okay, I think I remember this. We want Scotter. Yes. This for ice. Correct? She's on ice, right? Okay. Binding. No. Warding for first. Warding for this. Refocus for HP up. HP up. Binding for MP up. MP up for time. MP absorb for HP up. Or 2 HP up, rather. HP up. HP up for Barrett's Magnify. That's incorrect. Okay, so it was right before. And then magic up swapping. Cloud, magic up for subversion and binding. Okay, so it was correct before. My save was wrong. Got it. This will be Thundera, Era Magnify, and I'm not 100% sure on this yet, so we'll go with Eriga. I don't want to use Eriga on the Zeninays if I don't have to, because it makes Tifa or Aerith's MP real shit. And the problem I have is that it makes the the stupid Sledgeworm more likely to survive Thundera without full MP. And trying to frickin', you know, deal with a Sledgeworm that's bopping around with 1 hit point is not where you want to be in life. Not in this friggin' game. So this next room can be kind of hectic. If all the dogs spawn at once, I can die. Hopefully Somersault will pull me out of it, but for the most part, I'm going to do a couple of pokes here with Aerith to try and get this one staggered so I can spam more spells quickly. Okay, we're going to just... Okay. Okay.
Let's do this right.
Alright, so we'll wait. A little bit quicker. So, you gotta, like, not... I think I got all the dogs spawned at once from what I saw there. That's actually pretty nice. So we'll grab the MP crate here, because it's in the way, which will put me in a good enough position to where I'm really not too concerned. I'm gonna Somersault into Soul Drain on this guy. And then Soul Drain. So I'm pretty close to max MP. If... I'm not gonna bother picking up the box next to the stairs for, like, the 3 MP. It could be nice, but it's going to require really shitty fights for me to really need that MP. The Aeroga in general is just going to be to pull this leftover Zenine if I get screwed here over to the door so that I can just have Tifa uppercut it a couple of times and then True Strike to finish it off. Hopefully what I'll get is Somersault will dual kill. I'm actually going to have Tifa turn around and do the one at the door if I do the inputs properly. So that if they both get one shot, she'll be closer to the door. Okay, so this, and then we're going to move over here. And there you go.
No surprise
so,
there.
It's not 100%. It's, I'd say, like 30 to 40% success rate on that nonsense.
Is this really the exit?
Aerith is going to get some MP or HP from killing the turrets here, so I'm not too concerned about her MP or HP level right now. I'll heal her if she gets hit by a bunch of missiles here. So we're going to this, Thunder, Thunder,
sorry, but I gotta
switch over to Tifa. Here we go.
Worked up a good sweat.
So this has actually been a pretty decent lab, luckily. Not holding my breath. We still got Sledgeworms to go, and they are the worst thing to ever be introduced into this game. If they had caught one monster, I would not have complained if it had been Sledgeworms. Knowing what I know now, 100%. So I can't grab that MP crate over there if I feel like it. We'll see when I get there. I might grab it. I probably should have, actually. Hopefully I'll remember to grab it. That should be enough to max out her MP for the Sledgeworms fight. We'll see if I forget. It's very possible I do. It's not too bad, because I'll be able to top off our MP in other places, but it's not the most efficient way to deal with things. Got our Dummerung, and then we need to toggle these out for Magic Up. Magic Up. No. Yep. So I need to boost Cloud's Magic with the Magic Up. Iron Blade's decent, but not good enough. But with double Magic Up, it's going to push the damage to where I need it. With this setup, I could SD and Cross Slash on 2 of the Sledgeworms and just Catastrophe the other one, but I've moved past that point. I don't want to downgrade my limit if I don't have to. I could downgrade it for Genova. ATB boost, SD, and we want to get Barret in the right spot here. So Barret needs to be in the right spot for that cutscene, so I was trying to move him there. That's part of the reason why I don't use Catastrophe here. Not only is it 15 seconds, but it's like more like 20. Turns each one of these fights into a 20-second endeavor. I do lose a little bit of time to this one, I think, because Cloud has to be on his feet. The other one's not too bad, usually. Normally, Barret's just far enough away that it's more or less the same. That he's still got to walk to his trigger point and Cloud gets up off the floor. You may have seen that I put Goddard Dummerung on, and if I haven't, I need to double check and make sure. Fury would be nice for these first couple of ones. It would up his thunder damage. But the next 2 fights, it's just too inconsistent without Goddard on. Okay, now we're gonna get out of this. Thunder, nice. SD. Okay. Are you serious with this? So stupid. All right, Barret, I'm gonna need you to come over here, buddy. Cloud, Thunder up. That was incredibly stupid, honestly. I got really unlucky with the way the Morph moved. It moved in a pattern that moved it out from underneath the drones, which that's the reason I Punisher counter into Thundera and then SD, is to give drones a chance to spawn. But when he moves like that, it makes it so the SD basically is never going to hit, and it's super stupid. So we're just going to raw limit this dude, Thundera that guy, I guess. Or miss, that's cool too. ATB boost. Let's just hope SD does. There we go. That could be okay. Okay. What?
Buzz off.
Whatever. Absolutely stupid, but I'm not even going to complain. I got through the fight without having to wait too long after Kata. Yeah, that's why that fight sucks. The Sledgeworms are hippity-hoppity, pippity-poppity. They seem to be more passive in this version, but they're still obnoxious as hell. So Cloud being on low MP isn't super important. I have one more SD coming up anyway. He doesn't need to use MP for much. He doesn't need much MP with this route. There's another route that goes more heavily on Blizzara spamming, breaching Genova. And there is an older strat that sleeps Rufus as well, so you could use MP for that, or need MP for that. There's also an older route that sometimes haste magnifies with Cloud. I've switched to a Curing Magnify with Tifa. So we're going to lock on to I here, because he's right next to the door, and just guard. You could magnify spells in here, but this room sucks. Even if I did SD or something, this room is just completely unfun. Okay, so there you go. I could heal with Barret here, but I'm going to SD anyway. And I would like to keep Barret at max MP if at all possible for Arsenal. I'm going to switch him over to Steel Pincers for Arsenal. So not having full MP would heavily impact his damage there, because he's not going to be casting spells, he's just going to be synergizing. So we're going to go Goddard to Tifa, then we want Lightning into Revival, correct. Revival for Ice on here, do that, and then we want to go, Skill Master and Magic Up. Okay, and no shortcut changes. No shortcut changes. So yeah, Iron Blade, it can be pretty good here. It really depends on the way you want to look at things. You could probably get away with some other, with Mithril Saber. But the Iron Blade works out here, or Hard Edge, I think works out better in terms because it doesn't impact your MP. So it can set you up for some speedier fights in the later parts. And honestly, if you're using Synergy on Barret, you could just use all his spells right here, all his MP right here, and not worry about anything. So yeah. We're gonna Blade Burst these guys real quick. Gonna pretty much one-shot them. Makes this fight pretty quick. Excuse me. I thought the one behind me was still alive for a minute there. The game took so long to progress. So this next fight really sucks, honestly. The double Sledgeworm fight with Tifa and Aerith is a nightmare. I somersault one, and then try to Thundera the other. Without full MP, Aerith's not going to one-shot. We'll just grab this anyway. She's not going to have enough. That was worthless. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was not worth the extra time. Okay, I got lucky. Thundera? Alright. Really lucky on that. I can't say that I, am some sort of, like, next level gamer here. That was complete luck. Okie dokie, we're not, wait. Actually, sure.
Enjoy the ride.
Thundera. Could you just... That was so bad. Back up. Thank God Tifa's strong as a frickin' ox. Eesh. That was really bad backup, but luckily it's not too terribly bad because Tifa or Aerith can recover a ton of MP on Jenova. Okay, everything's good here. We'll somersault that guy. Okay, Tifa, can you true strike that, please? Thank you. Not the best way to handle things, but it is handled. Having to cast spells on those two elite shock troopers or whatever was quite annoying. I considered resetting, but I still probably would have only killed one with somersault. That's the first time I've seen her get caught on the ladder like that, though. That's new to me. But I guess if that's the worst fight out of all of them, I'll take it. I probably should have used Thundera instead of Eriga, but luckily it did enough damage that I could put that one down under the ground quickly enough. So Aerith at 160 is fine. She could probably go as low as like 130 and have it not be too bad. She's gonna lose a little bit here because I'm gonna arrow magnify these flying dinguses so I can multi-kill all of them. I'm gonna hesitate a little bit so that I can I can get further over Erra. There you go. Alright, so we're going to do a little bit of a tweak here and set up for Swordpede. Swordpede really isn't strong enough to require too much of a setup, but we will go for one. Focus Strike. This is more for Jenova. Focus, True, and Dolphin Flurry. Dolphin Flurry is going to be the last little bit of damage we need, and Ice Elemental on Aerith. Wait a minute.
Is that you? Yeah. Good. But Hojo did.
There's only one.
We unlocked it on.
Thanks. Wait for us there.
I just realized something.
Right. Now we head back to that door.
I'm an idiot. Materia. Now she has Ice Elemental on her weapon. Aha! And I thought I was getting extra damage. Turns out I'm a dumbass. Well, that's an interesting mistake to catch. Yeah, so I gave her Elemental Absorb Ice for fucking the end of the game? That's an interesting... That's an interesting idea. That's too good. So Swordpede's gonna go down like a joke, like my routing. So we're gonna swing, Blade Burst, HB Boost, SD. Okay, and he's dead. We're gonna charge for a Tempest here, and Soul Drain twice for some extra MP. Just to add some little more damage in there. Excuse me, what? Not quite sure what happened. I'm assuming something missed like that. Very weird. Yeah, so now she has Ice Elemental on her weapons instead. So that'll be helpful. Very interesting oversight that I didn't notice. I guess it's because warding, the way warding functions, it doesn't require to be on the weapon, so it kind of throws me off. Tifa, no, we want to Cure Cloud. Alright, so the Magnify is for here, just in case I take a ton of damage. We're also going to go into Hard Edge now. Nope, we want Magnify, or Elemental, I guess. First Strike, 4 HP up on Tifa, and then Subversion for Revival. This will be a backup mechanic that I need. Ooh, wow, that's really far from Revival. Just in case Tifa decides to superhero her way into one of Jenova's counterattacks, because she definitely cannot tank it. Thundaga, these two aren't super necessary for the boss fight, but I do want them. Yeah. Well, it'll be nice to have Aerith do some extra damage now with Ice Elemental on the right thing. This should speed up our arsenal a bit, too. That explains why I never saw the ice effect on the weapon, because I always had it on the armor. God, I'm such a dingus. What an oversight. So, we're heading into Jenova, and I'm not going to be able to explain anything while I'm doing it. First phase, we're going to fire off a Star Shower Limit, pretty much, to end it immediately. I'll Berserk at some point during that to boost damage. I usually hesitate a little bit and save it for the later phases, because she hits a damage cap anyway, so if I Berserk before then, it ends up getting wasted, but I end up wasting ATB, so I guess it really doesn't matter how you look at it. I'll just do it to push the phase quicker and make sure she hits cap. HP's looking good, MP's looking alright. We're going to be using Soul Drain on Jenova's staggered phases to refill Aerith up. She's going to be spamming a ton of spells in Arsenal, so I need all the juice I can get. As long as I have about 100, a couple hundred going into, not a couple hundred, 100. I think somewhere between like 75 and 100 going into Arsenal, I'm okay. Soul Drain can pinch me through if I set things up properly. It will screw with my Skill Master looping, but better to screw up your Skill Master looping and slow down some phases than not have enough MP to finish the fight. The second phase of Jenova, we're going to pressure her twice and just spam a ton of focus to get her into stagger, and then just basically spam a couple of Soul Drains, Bravers, True Strikes, just a couple of different things to kill. We're going to follow up with Triple Slash on the Tentacle phase to basically rip through as many of them as quickly as possible. So we're going to start with Aerith here, and you're just going to have to watch the show. Berserk. I want to be on Cloud. So I broke the tentacle on purpose to try and keep that from happening. Okay, now I want to get away from Tifa here. I gotta take the time pool, though. I want to get away from Tifa so she doesn't President into this attack. Focused. Uppercut. And then this. Now we're going to spam some Focus Strikes here. Cloud's going to take a little bit here because his ATB is kind of jank. It happens, though. Focused. Then we want to start Blizzard, Star Shower. She's going to end up getting hit by Vengeance, though, because I screwed that up. Shouldn't have done it that way. Okay, Aerith, Soul Drain. Aerith could use Braver, Uppercut. Okay. So I wanted to build up a little bit of ATB here. I'm gonna get up in there with Tifa and start up a regen here, so. Okay, we want to go into regen on everybody. Cloud doesn't really need it. It's more so for Aerith. Because I want to make sure she can kill the... Nope, no, don't do that. This phase is kind of hard for me. I never really learned it properly, unfortunately. There's some runners that... Oh my gosh, that's so stupid. That's very annoying. I'm pretty upset by that. Thank you, Tifa! I have ATB boost? I do. I'll just use it here. I'm gonna lose that one, but it's fine. Okay, so hopefully I've got time warding on Tifa, so... Hopefully real... Okay, so now we're gonna tank this. Focused in, and switch over. There we go. Now, Aerith's Soul Drain one more time. True Strike. Okay.
Get ready.
Braver. Alright. So now that Tifa has a limit, we're gonna go in with Cloud and pop one of these tentacles to make things safe, and then follow up with Tifa. It'll add a little bit of damage to the table, so we're in a good spot. The problem is, it can be kind of difficult to... Braver. Should be enough. Alright, Tifa, where are you at? Berserk. Star Shower. Star Shower. Triple. Dolphin Flurry. Braver. And that is why I set things up the way I do. To make sure that always happens. Okay, now we are into Rufus and Arsenal phase. So we're going to put this and Goddard Dummerung. We want Subversion on Cloud to HP up instead of Revive. So that's fine. HP up. HP up for first on her. Aerith's Binding for Skillmaster. And this needs to be Steadfast. Yes, yes. Steadfast. And then we want to go into Don't Change, Point Blank. Then we want to switch over to Thundera. Yep. Okay. Actually, what was her HP? I want to double check. That's good enough. If she gets hit by anything, she may die. But the point here is I shouldn't be getting hit by anything, as long as things go properly. I do have Revive on Barret. I can fix it, but Arsenal's pretty safe now with the setup. I can get a really weird phase too that I have no idea what the hell causes it, but... So we're going to try and stagger the dog at the start of phase 2, so everything I'm doing is to set that up with Darkstar here. We're going to full combo plus round stab, and then go into a focus thrust, cancel, go back in, and one hit. So you see his pressure is insanely high right now.
Think you got my number?
This setup comes from my PS4 version setup, because I used to be able to just... I could keep mashing and possibly stagger during the cutscene. PS5 runs differently, at like a different pace or whatever, in the 30 frames or whatever. So it sometimes won't stagger him during the cutscene, so I just have to settle for doing it here. Then go into a triple slash to get Rufus off me, and do. So normally you would want to sleep. You could sleep Rufus anyway. If you do triple slash here right, you can roll out of it and then punish him when he goes for the reload by bravering, which will instantly stagger him. So hopefully I do this right instead of like have a freaking old man moment. There we go. All right. So there you go. All right. Now let's go for one of the more annoying bosses in the game, Soul Drain. So Soul Drain travels through everything, so that's fine with me. We're gonna Thundiga. Should be enough. Tempest. Okay, seeing all of them dead, so there you go. Alright. So we're going to start this phase with Blizzara to get an instant stagger, and the next one we're going to start with Thundiga to get an instant, well, not stagger, but a pressure. So this, charge up a Tempest while we're waiting, and we're going to spam Blizzara on both the wheels because we have good setup for... okay. Or, I mean, that could be really delayed, whatever. Overrun. So I want to make sure to not do anything here, or else it screws up the Skillmaster loop on the next phase. So we want to let Tempest do all the work. I'm going to Thundiga here. This is 100% safe, because it'll always cause a pressure. And even if you get the lightning move, Barrett will jump in front of it for you. He's a champion. Point blank. Thundera. Blizzara. And then point blank should be going off sometime soon here. And we'll do the same thing here. Overrun. Perfect. Extra damage. You could do whatever you want there. Soul Drain, Thunder, whatever to speed things up. But you're pretty much set at this point. This fight is deceptively simple. Trust me, it is not as easy as it looks. This boss is very, very strong and not something you should be taking lightly. He looks very simple because of the speedrun strats, but it's not that easy. So we're gonna go into Whispers. Oh, well, I guess we gotta do this minigame first. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of annoying, isn't it? You know what? No, we're just not gonna do it. So, New Game Plus can skip this, thank gosh. We only get one heal, if we don't, if we had to do it. So, I want to get into Iron Blade. Nope. We're not actually going to do any of that. I want to put LMG on Barrett, yes, to reduce his magic cost. Skill Master for Magic Up, and I believe Magic Up for this. And I want Skill Master for Magic on Wind on Barrett. That's not the right way to do that, but Lightning, so this HP up. Lightning for Magnify. Time for Steadfast. One more, Steadfast. And then Warding for Refocus. Now we're going to go into the setup and change things. Blade Burst. We're going to use Ascension and Self-Destruct, surprisingly. I'll hold on to Braver. Hopefully I won't need the counter stance. Kiriga. That's not the right way to do that. Kiriga Mag. I believe it's good. Downgrade her to Somersault so I can get a couple of extra limits off. We're going to set up Aeroga for Sephi, and that should be it. We'll have to do a small menu before Sephiroth to compensate for having Iron Blade here. Unfortunately, we can set things up so it works with other weapons to get this SD chicanery going, but I'm not really a big fan of trying anything else. The thing is, Iron Blade's kind of weird here because you get the reprieve once, so it's theoretically not useful, but being able to get back up at the beginning of the first fight without having to mess with things just ends up being really nice. So that's extremely good ATB. It's so good ATB. I think I may have actually like sacrificed an animal or something. So we're just gonna wait. You could ATB boost right off the bat. I'm kind of scrolling around my menu, that's why. I had over-scrolled, so I had to scroll it, and then it tried to over-scroll again, then it tried to over-scroll again. So we're going to roll up and kaboom on the red boy, which is going to do enough damage to immediately start the timer for phase transition instead of one of the boss's attacks. Long story short, big chunk of damage, little bit of ATB, a little bit of, doesn't multi-hit, easy, multi-hit limits and ATB moves basically screw this up. You can only make so many contacts through ATB-based or limit commands. Anything you can do with like the square X button, as far as I can tell, does not affect this fight or affect the way that this works. SD, switch over to Barrett. Then we want to refocus. Switch over to Cloud. Okay, so we're gonna build some ATB on this dude over here. And then we're gonna Kiriga. We got our ATB on deck, so I'll probably spend it here. Yeah, I'll spend it. Yeah, it really wasn't like a... The only thing is, like, it recharges every 60 seconds, so it's a matter of when it recharges now. That determines when I'm going to start being able to recharge. But, the upside here is that I, now have enough ATB, so if I get a Fire-Ga here, it can just blow, explode, and transition. If I get any other fights, I just guard here. Okay, guard, roll in SD, switch over to Tifa. I want to switch over to you so that I can arise Cloud. I'm not usually get in this weird pattern where, like, everything is just okay with this, but whatever. Yeah, but there you go. That phase shifts a lot quicker. I could heal, but at this point my HP is pretty decent since I had to take the Arise anyway. I guess the nice thing about this is I'm not going to get frickin' pushed all the way back. Actually, I keep forgetting to set myself in the right position. So you can build a little bit of ATB here, so you might as well take advantage of it. Uh-huh. So I'll be able to get a Blade Burst out here, and then go into a guarded stance. Okay, now Tifa, I need you to start shower.
Damn it.
Okay, Barrett, Kiriga, everyone. Alright, switch over to Cloud.
See ya.
Okay, that's what I wanted. So now Tifa goes into Bahamut with way more ATB. So I'm in a pretty good spot. I have a full limit and an SD on table. So now we get into the phases I'm actually bad at. So don't hold your breath on if I get, you know, survive this or, you know, lose my pace, whatever the heck it is right now. This is a pretty... if I got this in a marathon, I'd be extremely happy. I'd also be extremely pressured right now. This is just a practice run, so whatever.
A glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today.
Really? Failure is not an option. So some people will tactical menu their limits. I could have used somersault through the tactical menu with Tifa, but at the time I felt like I've had a lot of issues with her whiffing on the red one there, so I decided to tactical it. I'm gonna put her on Dolphin Flurry though in the next fight, so it's fine. So we're gonna fire off a limit here, and hopefully we'll put down the blue one, but not hit the yellow one too much. If we hit the yellow one too much, this fight actually kind of sucks. So that's the end goal. No. Don't do it! Where is he? I can't even tell what his HP is. This. SD. There we go. Perfect. So you want to overcharge the yellow one. I could have saved a little bit of time by switching to Barrett and starting up the Arise here, but we're going to have to wait just fine.
Let's turn this around.
That's that. See ya.
Blade Burst. Did that last little bit of damage. So my ATB isn't super important here. You can SD here again and switch to Barrett and revive Cloud again. I'd prefer not to do the use the extra ATB as well. There's a couple of different reasons I don't want to do that. I will, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some countering on the red one in the next phase, which is going to be enough to top off my limit and my ATB. And what I'm going to do when he starts forming Bahamut is I'm going to menu a cure off of Tifa, so Cloud goes back up to full HP, because I've had a lot of issues with him getting downed here. Hopefully that'll be the only time I have to cure, but you got to be careful in these final phases. Going through these last 4 phases with half HP on Cloud is kind of shitty, honestly. But we'll limit Bahamut to put him down, but I'll get the cure in while he's summoning himself, or being summoned, or formed, whatever. These final phases are really dicey, but if things go right, I can Blade Burst multiple of them to bring them down to almost 1 HP at the start of the next phase, so I can almost instantaneously stagger them. But I've had a lot of phases, or issues with this fight. So right here, we're going to cure Cloud. She triggers her Skill Master, so she's back up to full anyway. We're gonna ascend here. And then I'll switch to Aerith to throw in a Tempest for some extra damage. Okay, Aerith for some extra damage. Tifa.
This one's for you. It's on you.
Okay. I thought I was have to switch over to Tifa there for a minute. Okay, get the frick out of here. I just want to make sure the red one gets hit. Well, that kind of sucks, but whatever. I'm fine with this. I'd rather, you know what, we'll just get the yellow one down. I don't really care about the blue one getting a revive. The yellow one's far more annoying.
That's that.
Reboost, Braver. I'm gonna get the yellow one taken care of. I want to feed the yellow one to Aerith, so that's why I was more interested in getting him down than the yellow one, or the blue one rather. The blue one will come back with full HP. I'll just Star Shower him with Tifa, that she has split ATB on the refocus. Either way, she'd have Goddard Umrung, so I figured I'd use refocus to get some extra commands out of her. Excuse me, what? Thunderga? Star Shower again. We'll just Braver this guy, I guess.
Shit.
Uh-oh. That kind of sucks. Well, screwed myself over there twice. Not much I can do. I don't know why the red one is still alive when I bravered him. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird, though. So I don't want to do anything else with Aerith here, so we're going to switch over to Cloud. Somersaults. Alright. Bop, bop! Alright, so Tifa's gonna kill... You want Tifa to kill several of the Whispers over Aerith, and stagger them, because if Aerith gets too many, she'll come earlier on in the fight, which is really bad. Letting her down the yellow one is usually enough to make her come over Barret. As long as Barret doesn't stagger any of them. So we're just gonna zap this dude with Thunder for the last little bit to make sure she comes first, not Aerith. Alright. Go to Hard Edge. Nope. Magic up for this, magic up for this. And I believe I want Assist on you. And I want to go over to Disorder, Focused, Braver, and Blizzara. And then upgrade you to Dolphin Flurry. Okay, Mash into Disorder, into Blizzara. Let's go.
Fate is not to be taken lightly.
Disorder, into Blizzara.
Freeze.
Really? Okay. Blizzara.
Bundle up. You're mine.
Braver. I should be able to do this multiple times, it's fine.
Come.
Oh god. He's low HP enough. Blizzara.
Calling ice. Let's finish this.
Oopsie. I guess we'll do that a couple of more times, that's fine. Not quite sure what I did with the first one, but whatever. So we're gonna go Disorder, Punisher Stance switch out, and then we're going to tactical menu Tifa's Limit into him to inflict a ton of damage and stagger while he's in Mazamune and waiting. If things go correct, I'll be able to tag him with Blizzara. I probably will screw it up though. Switch out, get to the other side, Tifa, Dolphin Flurry. Blizzara. Okay, we're just gonna have to... Unfortunate. For it.
You're done.
Let's finish.
Shit.
You're up.
Okay. I'm not super happy with this low HP. I could probably heal with Tifa if I really wanted to. I probably will, actually. Let me see. Where'd my little thingy go? There we go. There we go. Aerith, save me! Save me, save me! So Tifa, yeah, I'm gonna have you heal me up. You're a cloud, just in case. Wind infusion, huh? Thundaga. Thundaga.
Too bright?
Blizzara. Blizzara. Oh, thank God the Blizzara took priority. Okay. I need to ascend you.
Time to end this. Yeah. Now's our chance. One more.
Okay.
Beg for forgiveness.
And then I want to start shower. Oh God. I didn't expect that. Cloud, do it. Oh God, no, not again. You bastard. Oh my God, stop it, dude. You have way too much HP, dickhead. Oh my God. Oh. Well, that's a nice way to lose like 15 seconds. I was sitting on... You know what? I did that to myself. I did this to myself. Because I was trying to fucking hit the timer instead of uppercut. Unga bunga! Unga bunga! Hit timer! Timer more important than finish pause! Unga bunga! Not a real PB, no Barrett. He's here! What are you talking about? Barrett's totally here! Why is it every time I like get really into doing commentary I get a fucking PB? I can't get my fucking big dumb face off of these things. Oh gosh. There we go. Finally. And I felt like that's a pretty decent run. There's probably about 30 seconds of mistakes I regret, but we can go for 45 another day. Hitting a pace like this going into a marathon is exceptionally reassuring. So even if I throw pretty hard, I've got 3.5 minutes on the table compared to what I offered. You know, 15, 13, 14 if you're counting a 5-hour PB or estimate. Damn. Now I'm gonna go watch anime.
That which lies
Yeah. That's just all this tension in my body is gone now. Thanks for the GGs, guys. I appreciate it. I feel like that,
our world will become a part of it.
I took a couple of safety shots I may not have needed. And I should have been more, Oh, really? Oh, really? Really? When did this happen? Dude, if it was me buying somebody else a PB, a pizza if I PB, it didn't PB versus them buying me a pizza if I PB'd, I would never fucking take that bet. Not a single fucking time. Not a single time. Alright. This is what I'm looking for going into a marathon. We're hitting our stride.